Hey everyone, I'm just gonna go ahead and get started. It's been a super long hiatus. Sorry for that. Life has been life, and we're gonna start into that from the get go. Let me find the banner real quick. Hope y'all are doing good. Hope all is well. Let's see. Okay, let's go for it. So first and foremost, schedule has been scheduling. Um, I I finished a data engineering program last year. Really, yeah, late December of last year. I started a machine learning program this year that actually goes the whole year. Last year it was a 6 month program that I think I finished in like 8 months. This one's like a year long program, and I'm probably not going to get the extensions because it's a graduate level program. But my schedule is crazy. Like just it's gonna give you some like context as to why like I have not been able to do lives. Monday, I have assignments due, and let me just, I'll step on a little bit of context. In graduate school, you don't get extensions. You don't really get that. It probably comes like on a hope and a prayer. You turn in something within 24 hours late, you get 10% off your grade. Anything after 24 hours, it's 50% off your grade. After that, it's a zero. It's a goose egg. It's a nothing burger. That was my first two classes. This class is you get the 10% within the first 24 hours. After that, and you get to do that twice out of 7 weeks. After you've exhausted that more than twice, you get goose eggs. You get zero. You get donuts. So so anybody, turning in something 24 hours, within 24 hours late 3 times, they're going to be they've acquired a goose egg. At least they've acquired one. And if you turn it in again later than 24 hours, you're getting goose eggs in this class. I guess it's to like try to like stifle people from or prevent people from falling behind. But I think my first two courses, they were Python programming driven. I've studied that for a few years. I'm pretty decent at it. So I made the mistake of I'm stepping on content. I'll say that for a second. But like getting back to the schedule, getting back to the topic. Mondays I have homework assignments due at midnight. We already talked about the lateness, and how that affects your grade. Tuesdays I joined like a new pool league. That's like 7:30 to like probably wraps up around midnight, and somehow I got told to be an assistant captain. So that's that. Wednesdays I got class. So from like 7 Eastern to like 9 ish, to like 9, maybe 8:50. Thursday's like a movie day. Friday, I'm not gonna do that to y'all. I'm not gonna do that. Probably not gonna do that to me either, because I want people to enjoy their weekends. And then Saturdays, weekends. I'm probably doing schoolwork for Monday, and then I got Sunday pool league per usual. So that's my schedule. But like, I don't know if I put the banner about graduate school, but I'm gonna step into it. Um, yeah, graduate school is like it's no joke. There's like really no. What I learned was there's really little to no forgiveness for turning in things late, and that was like the adjustment I had to learn. I think every level of school, there was probably an adjustment period for me. College, like I think my worst semester was my first semester. um, but again, this graduate school, going back to that, like the passing in graduate school is an 80. Like you don't pass with a 79. You don't pass with a B minus. You don't pass with anything lower than that. Um, so that was an adjustment too. Um, I barely passed my first class. Like I forgot to read the syllabus, and I didn't realize I had fallen behind. I had kind of like I had fallen behind like a good maybe week and a half, and I was taking my sweet time to like finish some assignments. And then I turned them in like maybe like week 5. I turned in week 4 and week 5 around somewhere, a couple days after the week 5 due date. And then I like pinged the tutor, and I was like, "Hey, am I gonna be able to get this graded for full credit?" And that's when he let me know about the 10%, the 50%. And at that time, I was like, facing a goose egg just on the strength of the syllabus that I only skim read. And I was like, I had to ace the final, then ace extra credit assignment that was like a potential 5% boost to our final grade. I ended up getting an 88 in that class, but I was sweating bullets because I was like, I had turned some things in late. The professor gave me, credit for the week 4 assignment that I should have really got a goose egg for. But I was sweating bullets for that week and a half, waiting for those final grades to come out because I thought I was, barely gonna pass with the 80. So moving on to that. Let's let me go to like movie news because it's been a minute since I hosted. We had the Oscars. I know I was talking about in the last live that I did. I was 0 for 2 on YouTube bets that I'd made in real life. Well, I'm 1 for 3 because the 50-year-old movie producer and we were hanging out. We were probably going to see a movie and hanging out. And then she was like, you know what? I think Sinners is going to win Best Picture. And I was like, yeah, right. I'm like, and I just thought on the cuff, I was like, what other movie would rival Sinners for Best Picture? I had known, I think at that time that Hamnet won Best Picture at the Golden Globes. But I was like, nah, I think this is a bigger show. It might not win Best Picture. So I was like, one battle after another. That was the other big movie that I had, star power. It was highly anticipated, just like Sinners. I was like, I'm gonna bet. I'll raise you. I was like, I'll match that $100 bet. I'll bet battle after one battle after another. I went home and Googled, and I was like, I came to find out, you know what? One battle after another was the Vegas favorite. Well, I won that bet. I wanted to kind of like circle back. Like somebody was like, I think on the Waving the Red Flag podcast, he came on as a movie pundit, and he was saying something like Sinners, it was nominated for 16 Oscars. He was like, I think it's going to go 0 for 16. And I said on this podcast, I was like, I think that's going to be bullshit. And Sinners walked away with like 6. I mean, one of the great moments of that was seeing Michael B. Jordan win his Best Actor role. That was awesome. Again, I was actually surprised that it lost some certain categories. I think I had it for like costume design. I think I had it for like best casting. It didn't win that, but it walked away with some I think like best adapted screenplay. It did not win. It won best cinematography. It won some other ones too, but yeah, Oscars was really exciting. Very highly contested Oscars. And I was telling the 50-year-old movie producer, I'm like, yo, I think Sinners was the better movie than One Battle After Another. It's kind of I don't know if I really care to watch that again, but I think the reason why One Battle After Another won was it just had impeccable star power. When you got Sean Penn, who has probably won a Best Actor as your Best Supporting Actor, and he wins it, and you got Leo, you got not Javier Bardem. I'm forgetting the dude's name, but I'm not gonna, waste the airtime. But like it had better star power, and I was just like, I think Sinners did a whole lot more with less. If Sinners had the star power that One Battle After Another would have it would have won Best Picture, in my opinion. And that's what I was telling the 50-year-old movie producer. I was like, what the director of what Ryan Coogler needs to do for one of his next films is he just needs to just have a stupid casted movie with with just dumb big actors, like just with dumb big names. So I'm just really saying this really dumb, but he just needs to have an incredibly casted movie, not 1 star. He needs to have like 10 stars, like 7 stars, like A-list actors in it. He wins the Best Picture, in my opinion. So like moving on from that, I'm trying to think of like what else was happening. Like the Meg and Clay broke up. I mean, it wasn't really much big news to me. Like I didn't really, I was a little bit sad. I was like, I was really hoping for them. They were saying stuff about Clay had cheated, stuff like that, and it's like you have to look back at it, and it's like they're very young people. I mean, it's really, like I said, I was rooting for them. It was sad to hear about that. But the manosphere and this, I hated how social media kind of like they took to it and they start trying to like fight these wars on behalf of these parasocial battles on the behalf of people they've never met, never talked to. They're not friends with these people, but like they run with these narratives, these obnoxious narratives. So I think that was like one of the worst things I think about the breakup is just the think pieces, the I forget the name of the WNBA star, but she was catching strays. So like people get really kind of like really violent and on social media, attacking people, doxing people, threatening people, all over a damn online relationship, celebrity relationship at that. Hold on. What is this? Oh, I don't know what you mean by this. I don't know who you're talking to. I don't know if you're talking to me, unruled. Um, but add some more context to that. But let's go back to the banner. But yeah, let me move on from that. You know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. Um, I owe Victor Wembanyama like a huge apology. Like I think I was on the draft day saying trade that pick. It's gonna be kind of a bust. No, this you know probably arguably should have been a defensive player of the year and MVP, but I love what he's doing to the game of basketball. I hate the fucking Thunder, so I want to see it. I want to see them go down. So I'm rooting for the Spurs. Let's see what else. Who are you? Just put that in the chat. Unruled. Who are you? Oh, you're Chicana Corner. Is that who you are? Just let me know. I'm gonna continue. Let's see. Let's go. So, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. I'm not gonna talk too much about this, but like, um, she got exposed, but like, it's not new. Like, this is another Sadia Khan. And you would think that people would tighten up after they saw her kind of get exposed. Like, and hers was preventable. I don't think that I think with the difference between her and Sadia Khan was like Sadia Khan made a whole fake degree, doctored, photoshopped. I don't think Cheyenne did that, but I think what she did, she claimed people kind of like tried to pull her card and say, you know, how are you able to like practice as a therapist, but where's your credentials? And um and she claimed that she had these degrees from Argosy University, claimed that she could only get them for up to 2 years, and then she wasn't able to get them. People pulled the facts. Even Argosy University pulled the facts and said, "Hey, you actually can't get this." So like she's in some hot water, on a lot of different fronts. She's on some hot water that she claimed, and she came up with a BS excuse of like, you know what, I've done my work. I don't have to explain anything to anybody. Not in this time period, buddy. So a lot of content creators have been saying stuff like, there's been other people in this space that they're kind of like life coaches, and they'll sometimes come out with their whole chest and say, "Hey, I'm just a life coach. I'm not this. I'm not that." I think the difference was, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant has doctor in front of her name, but we don't know if she really has the degrees to produce it. So the story from Dr. Cheyenne Bryant seems like she went to a rinky-dink online college. Actually, let me take that back. Let me not disrespect the people that actually went to that college, because I did watch a video with some people who were teaching at that college. So it was not a rinky-dink college, but it was a college that did go through some troubles. It lost its accreditation, and I think it ended up shutting down. But like, there were people that graduated from that college that are in the actual field of psychology that do have master's degrees. I did see a video about that, so I do want to retract that. But there's some question marks as to whether Cheyenne Bryant is one of them. But this is the time we live in, where it's just like people can spoof their accomplishments. I mean, they can kind of pretend to be someone. They can just, all it takes is superior lighting, superior audio to be being attractive, connections to be able to get on certain podcasts, and that's all you really need to platform. You just have to be platformed, and you have to be charismatic. That's all it really takes. So like I said, it's nothing new because I saw this with the Sadia Khan when she was grifting from Dubai, and she's been hurting since. She got exposed by you know the person from Instagram. I think it's that name like Goob, and then Abba and Preach. She got just fully exposed, maximum exposure. So like Cheyenne Bryant's kind of going through that thing as well, and it's going to be interesting to see how she comes out of that. But like, quite frankly, to like lead on it, if your therapist is someone from a podcast, specifically tonight's conversation, you got everything that's coming to you. I mean, moving on to podcasts. Let me go look at the comments. Uh, the internet has pretty much destroyed a lot of the traditional. Yeah, you're right. Now you can learn quicker. Yeah, this is true. Like ChatGPT, shout out to ChatGPT. And you know what? Since we're on the conversation of education, I didn't put up the banner, but like I want to put up some applause for anybody who's gone through grad school, just school in general, but like just grad school specifically, because I'm kind of going through a grad school level program right now. Like I was talking about it earlier in the stream. It's like grad school is no joke, and it's an adjustment. It's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle sacrifice that you're making. Some more than others because every program is probably not the same level of like rigor or whatever the heck, but they're all everybody needs to be applauded that's in a grad school program, and it makes it crazy and extremely disrespectful for like people like the Manosphere to be like, I don't care about your money, I don't care about your degrees. Man, sir, don't you ever disrespect anybody that's going through a graduate level program. Stop it. So, but yeah, I agree with you, Larry Wilson. Like this is a DKT point as well. He's been harping on this, saying like college is overrated, blah blah blah. And I think college is like trying to adapt a lot, not just college, but like I think the recruiters, I think the hiring managers, everybody, the IT industry, everybody is kind of like weathering, taking the blows from AI and ChatGPT and some of these other technology platforms that are just automating jobs or making education a lot easier to attain. So let's see what else are you saying? Hold on. And the brightest people no longer have degrees in traditional service. Okay, I mean, that's a good little take. It's a good little take. It's impossible to stop people from using AI. Everybody uses it. Yeah, I agree with you on that. Google Maps. Yeah. Google Maps and other apps track your AI. Yeah. Okay. Good. Some good tweets here. Some good facts. Fundamentally, it comes down to people who know how to use AI properly, such as prompting and creativity. Yeah, and there's kind of a conversation about this. It's like I don't feel like we're using AI to its full potential. There's a lot of people who are using it for just like junk content, slop content. I was going to show some of I might show some of those videos. And Black people we're dealing with the brunt of it. Let's see. Good question, Unruled. I'm doing a program, a graduate level program through Carnegie Mellon, and like they came out the gate saying, on their web resources and or in person, they were like, we have something that can like check for ChatGPT. We have you get caught cheating, you'll get a 0 for the first offense. The second one, I think you could possibly get tossed from the program, I think, or tossed from the class, I think. But so like they have like a pretty strict policy for that. But like to answer your question, I think they have like auto graders, they have like TAs, they have resources to kind of check against ChatGPT. So I'm trying to really not. I'll be honest with you, I'm using it to help me learn the concepts. Specifically now that I'm in a math course. And I don't necessarily want to read through math notation. I'm just like, ChatGPT, just give me some sample problems. ChatGPT, give me some videos that talk to this topic. Give me all the formulas and teach me the concepts and stuff like that. Just like tell me exactly what I need. Like AI, if I didn't already put a banner, I'm going to look for it. Like AI is changing so much. Like it's incredible what it's able to do. I'm really excited about the future of what it's able to do. Segue, I went to go see a movie called The AI Doc. I meant to talk about movies. I'm going to get back to that in a second. But I went to go see the AI doc, and now I kind of understand. I know people are pissed at why these big companies are creating all those data centers. I went to go see an AI doc, and I kind of understand why. Like we're in an arms race against China and maybe other countries to see who can get to AGI. I forget what it stands for, but it's like I think it's when AI is able to kind of work on the level of human intelligence, if not surpass it. Um, so I think it's maybe human intelligence slash human function. Once it gets to that level slash surpass it, it's going to probably have huge implications for in terms of automating jobs and things like that. But I hate the fact that they're making the local residents have to pay for these data centers in different ways. Their utilities are going up, stuff like that. But yeah, to answer your question, like they try to threaten you, with policies, and then telling you. And like I said, like for me, I'm not trying to I'm trying not to use it very much. I know last year I definitely used it, and I'm gonna speak to this. This point, this is a good segue. Like what AI has done is it's bridged the gap between um, not having skills or not having the capability to do it bridged the gap between solution design. If I'm just speaking from an IT perspective, um, my girlfriend she runs like an online music store, and I'm thinking of an idea of like I could just set up a whole damn website for her, like where people without having to go through a traditional, um, one of these like I forget what some of those platforms that like host websites, but like I wouldn't have to go through that. I could just set up my own through AWS. I could have it tie into like a point of sale system offline to track her offline inventory. If I get some opportunity to, I'm going to try to see if I can stand that up. But like AI has bridged, it has blown away the back in my day, there used to be an ability that if you were able to learn something IT, you could be the go-to guy for that. Those days are over. Because everybody can be the go-to guy. You just have to like ask ChatGPT, ask Copilot, ask Claude, and you can replace what someone might have learned and stowed away for themselves. Now that person's you kind of have to be, you can't just be a one-trick pony anymore. Um, so those one trick ponies, like they're struggling. The dinosaurs, the people who don't want to level up their skills, they're probably going to be struggling if they're not already struggling. But like um AI has bridged the gap. Like when back in the day, you used to have to like burn the midnight oil to develop a solution. Troubleshooting, it's done now. It's dead. It's a done data. You don't have to spend all night, hours, sifting through books or sifting through Stack Overflows. There's no need to go to Stack Overflow anymore at all. Like you could just go to AI and it could just write the code out. But it really helped me a lot last year in my MIT program because we had to stand up Docker containers. We had to stand up end-to-end solutions. And like, the MIT was given a sample code, but like from computer to computer, it might not translate over well. It might not work completely exactly the same. So I had to kind of like divert and add different versions of packages, and it wouldn't exactly work the same. I had to like tailor it a little bit differently. So like ChatGPT was helping the shit out of me with troubleshooting. It was troubleshooting all the error logs and things like that. But like, and we're using it for work too. Like at my job, I'm using everybody's using Copilot for work. Whether it's like revising your emails, putting together you know code. It can write code. um it can create presentations and all kinds of stuff. So but yeah, to answer your question, like how can they stop you from using AI? I just don't think schools are there yet. But like I was thinking about this. this week, I was like, back in my day, we used to have Cliff Notes. Like now, people have AI in the palm of their hands. Like they can cheat on a whole nother level. Like back in my day, it was like Texas Instrument calculators and other like slick, Cliff Notes and things like that. But like AI, like it's dangerous. So like they to answer that unruled, they don't have the answer yet, but they're trying. They're trying to like and run your code against ChatGPT and try to find extra white space and find just I guess probably see your patterns of like how you're turning in solutions and seeing like did we even teach you how to do this? So like but yeah, like I said, they're trying to catch up. So like, let's see. To be honest, the trades had it right a long time ago. You spend a couple of years. Okay, we're gonna talk about this, Larry Wilson. You spend a couple of years or so with academia and learning the fundamentals. Now, I will say this, Larry Wilson. I did read a study, not a study, a column a couple of weeks ago saying, you know, the trades might not actually work out as well as people intended to. It might not be the fail safe that people think it's going to be because, um, first and foremost, let's just unpack this. You can't just everybody's not meant for a trade. I know I'm not built for it. Like you better have some great homeowners insurance if you got me doing anything at your home. Like there's certain things I can do, but like I'm not a handyman. I'm not gonna be I couldn't do it. I think it takes a certain skill. Like all some of these careers that people have, it takes a certain skill. It takes a certain it takes a certain aptitude or whatever the heck. It takes a certain talent. Um and passion to be able to work on that talent, mine that talent, refine that talent, things like that. So like, but going back to the point, the story was saying something like some of these people going into trades are coming out with a lot of debt, and um, it might not be the pivot that people think it's going to be that's going to be planned out to be, and it's like if people think it's going to be the fail safe, it's going to become oversaturated. So I don't know. Like I think Larry Wilson, like, and I was maybe I meant to say this to DKT. I'll say it to you. I think the real solution is you need to be adaptable. We're in a kind of in a holding pattern right now because of AI and things like that. But like, I just think people need to be willing to relearn, willing to adapt, willing to change, to adapt to change. There we already see from society. There's a some cohorts of people that are not willing to change and they're going to get destroyed. And they're doing everything they can to try to roll back the clock. Good luck. I salute them, but good luck to that. Let's see. People should not be able to get degrees in higher level professions such as science or even psychology unless they have the knowledge. I mean, I'm sure there's probably a situation, Larry, with someone that I think I might agree with you. But I think it's things like, my brother's a doctor. They go to a lot of college. They're taking board exams. They're taking exams like critical exams. I don't know if they're board exams, but they're taking different exams throughout different years of their I think fellowship or med school, so it's like I think it depends. Let's see what you're saying again. People shouldn't be able to get degrees in higher level professional science. I don't know. I'm kind of a little contrarian on that. I think that what you do see that in is like I know with like the PMP certification for the project management. I think you have to have, to your point, you have to have like professional experience to do it. But like um some of these things that might be science related, but actually I'll take that. As a common ground, I'll agree with you. I just think that there might be some cases where you don't. Um, um, I'll agree with you on that. Let's see. I would use Notebook LM in grad school, put the sources, and it writes the reports for you. I've never heard of that Notebook LM. Put the sources in and it writes the report for me. Damn. Okay. There's plenty of ways to detect AI, particularly in the writing style. However, one shouldn't even be a problem. I need to adjust around. Yeah, I agree with you completely, Larry Wilson. The problem is that people need to earn income, but In the past, a lot of people have just pursued higher education for the wisdom and learning more than employment in the past. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what type of area you're talking, time period you're talking about in terms of the past. Um, for me, I kind of agree with what you're saying. Like, I'm doing it. Anything I'm doing education wise, I'm doing it for the income. Um, let's see. But let me go back to that. Fundamental approach. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. Let's see. Humanity was more specific, something more scientific, particularly with the economy. Um, it would start to create a post AI economy where people are given basic income. That's okay. We're going to that's where I don't know if I heard it in the AI doc, but there were a lot of thoughts being thrown out. I think Bernie Sanders has said this verbatim, saying that we need to adjust, society needs to adjust to AI. Maybe it means a shorter work week. Maybe it means basic income, like Larry Wilson is saying. Like I said, I think we're just society is kind of in a holding pattern. They don't have the solutions right now. So like in a lot of different ways, like the people who are like the manosphere, like they're just kind of freaking out over shit. And it's like society's in a holding pattern. You need to be ready to adapt to change. Will the basic income come? We don't know. I wouldn't bank on it, but it might. But you need to be able to you need to be ready to adapt to change. But yeah, I like that idea. Will that happen though? Where listen, it remains to be seen as they say, story developing. Let's see. The reality is most vast majority of people out there have higher abilities and don't even utilize them to the fullest extent because they need more. Yeah, this is like this pulls on my heartstrings, Larry Wilson. It's like me and my red pillar best friend talk about this all the time. Is like we wish that, and to because of the topic of AI, I think AI has made it should make, in my opinion, in my heart of hearts, it should make the gap of, hey, sorry, you're not a good candidate because you don't have 15 years of experience. Bullshit. I can learn that. I can blow away the 15 years of experience in 5 minutes of ChatGPT. um, so like um it should bridge that might be egregious, but I'm just saying like it should lower the I would hope that it should lower the barrier entry for people who maybe don't have the hands-on skills or don't have any of the skills. I would hope that it would turn into something like more of like a want to. Like they I'm sure like recruiting and hiring managers haven't adapted to it in the sense of like um the people who if people are looking for people who have 5 years, 10 years, 15 years of experience, it's like in my opinion, I think that they are going to be losing out on a lot of candidates who could, have the ability to learn things. This should be, I would hope that this should, usher an era of where we are developing our employees instead of just looking for the golden goose who's coming in with everything. But going back to your full comment about like the sad part about people not being able to use their skills because of money. I I think I would segue to what I was previously saying. It's like I would hope that that would change where um people can get those opportunities, whether it's a J2, as my red pillar best friend would say, a second job. Um, we should, I would hope, be able to see an era. We'll never see it, but I would hope that we could see an era where people could maybe pick up a second job that is that passion project that they have skills in. ChatGPT should be able to make people more efficient, um, and get people the opportunity to take like micro jobs, whether it's a gig economy or something else. But yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Like this is another great comment from you. Let's see, post scarcity society would naturally result in more people being creative because they have no longer have to focus on survival as much as they would greatly enhance the human race collectively. Okay, that's interesting. Um, it's also a fact that you can recreate exams even if a person uses AI. They can still require the higher critical thinking skills and research ability with that. I want you to go further on this. Um, okay, yeah, I want you to go further on this. Okay, unruled, unruled. You haven't told me who you are. Are you Chicana Corners? Let's see, Replit can do it. Again, another program I've never heard of, but I'll have to look at that. Um, if you know how to use AI properly, if you customize it with the right prompt and training, it's difficult for people. Hmm. Okay. All right. That's good to know. Um, I agree with you, Unruled. It is a incredible time to be alive, and we got some banners that speak to that. I might step on some content right now. I'm going to do it right now. That's a good segue. We'll get back to ABBA in a second. So Bumble is going to be bringing AI. They're going to be getting rid of swiping. They're gonna um they're gonna bring AI to Bumble. I think that's an awesome thing. Like people been complaining, Scott Galloway specifically crying about, man, these dudes got to swipe 200 times to go get a coffee date and get ghosted. Bullshit. But if that's the case, um, AI should be able to. I think the way they're explaining it is they're going to use AI to help you find matches that are best suited for you. So like again, you got people that use the trash ass dating app stats that say that really only 30% of women are on dating apps. And they'll use these dumbass stats and say, man, dudes barely get swipes. Men are swiping at a ton of shit, and women aren't really swiping anything. So that must mean they're swiping only on Chads and they're fucking only the Chads. No. So if that's the case, even if that was the case, now that AI is coming to Bumble and maybe probably some other dating apps too, that should level the playing field because AIs aren't going to just be programmed for Chads. Um, so that should help. And I saw a video where Scott Galloway was reacting and saying, I'm trying to remember exactly how he was saying it, but like he was basically poo pooing the idea of AI coming to dating apps because he's just like, we need to turn back the clock. We need to go back to meeting in person and going to bars and making bad decisions and shit. I'm not against that. But I was like, it's very interesting to see him crying about the dudes having to swipe. But it's like, I think it's like we kind of have like modern Luddites where it's like, these guys are just like, they're malcontents. There are legitimately some people who need technology and or benefit from technology. So these, like I said, these dudes who don't take good pictures, who knows what they can do to like help you, showcase you off and maybe get you closer to a date. Um, so again, some of these guys need the help. Some of these guys don't need the help. If you don't need the help, don't utilize the fix the feature or the app. I have said on this podcast, I benefited greatly from dating apps. When I was dating in high school, there were no apps. There were no dating apps. We didn't even have Facebook yet. And then when I got divorced, we by that time in what was that 2000 2021. We had Tinder, we had Bumble, we had some other things. Um, I told you all in these lives, like I don't even date in person. I don't really try to like find people in public. I don't really approach women in public for real. Like I date online. Like I think all the women I've dated, with the exception of one that I met at a Bumble in real life mixer, um, I've met on like dating apps. So what the dating apps has done, and this is not an AI. This is I'm going on a tangent. The dating apps have done is it's taken people who might have a very small social circle, might have a very small social footprint, might not be in the know of like where all the things are to go and meet people, might even be shy at meeting people. It has bridged that gap, and now if you're great on text, you can now leverage that on a dating app. But I think the problem is that we're seeing is another segue, another tangent. The people who are complaining about the dating apps, I think these are people who are probably not good digitally. I think some of these people are lazy people, low effort people. Some of these people are just politically motivated. They're just trying to stop the dating apps for whatever fucking reason. They've done nothing but help dating. But again, AI is coming to dating apps, story developing. I can't wait to see what happens with that, and see how more people are going to complain about. I know the next thing that's going to come. The next thing is going to come is AI is going to find you options to date. It might even make it. It might even make the whole fucking date for you. It might book the date and just say, "Show up here at this time." She's not ghosting you, and I'll let you know if she's getting close to ghosting you at all. If she has a history of ghosting people, but I think I know where people are going to go next. Is they're going to complain the typical MANOSPHERic way. I can do better. That's going to be the thing. Is AI doesn't have the taste level. AI should be picking some better options. The chat, they're going to go back to the chat. They're going to probably blame the AI's, prioritizing chads and blah blah blah. And it's like, we're never going to really be able to solve for people who are bad at dating. AIs and technology and these companies, they're doing everything they can to make things easier for you to be able to date. It's wild to me that we're in like the time, like Unruled said, we're in. This is a great shout out to Drake and Future. What a time to be alive! Like, we have the most technology that we've ever had. We're on the cusp of even more breakthroughs, and people are fucking crying about being socially disconnected. It's hysterical. Let me go back to the comments. The thing is that most people don't use AI, don't use more sophisticated prompting to make it easier to detect it. Okay, so we're talking about more about the detecting cheating. Artificial superintelligence. Yeah, okay. I heard it as AGI, but okay. Artificial superintelligence. I've never heard the ASI. Let me just Google what the AGI one is. Like, I just want to get that AI AGI definition. I think it's like artificial general intelligence, but it might be saying the same thing. ASI. That's the first time I've ever heard that. When we get back to the main topic, the manosphere is behind in some aspects, but they are still men. Yeah, we're gonna get to that topic. We're gonna come. Maybe we might even close on it, but I might pivot to it. Oh yeah, no. Listen, Unruled. I get it. Like, I want to make that very clear. I might, people have made, picked at me and said, "Oh, you're a male feminist. You're this. You're that. You always pick the women." I love me some men. Pause. In terms of like, I think that we have so much potential, specifically the black men. Um, I think that we are so much better than we are being done a disservice in this generation by grifters, by charlatans. Um, we, this is another segue. I want to get back to it. But let me finish your comment. Men deserve some level of respect. Why criticize them on something they have? I want you to expand on that. What do you mean that? Why? What am I criticizing them on that they didn't have a choice in? You mean like the broken homes? I don't know what you're talking about. Just expand on it a little bit more. But what I'm trying to say as a segue is, uh, I want men to go back to. If we want men to go back to doing, if I want men to go back to doing something, I want men to go back to having confidence. I want men to go back to having class. I want men to go back to having a backbone. It doesn't matter whether you're a nerd, you're a jock, you're a pickup artist, you're an athlete or whatever. Like, one thing that I think is unique, universally masculine, anti-manly is whining. Is all this grievance culture. I think it's just unmanly. I mean, in my opinion, I think like there's a time and a place for that, but like what the manosphere is really doing is they're creating an environment where they're trying to sell you on some of the most caricature parts of masculinity, like the looks maxing. Hey guys, hit your face with a hammer and you can get the best, you can get Henry Cavill's chin. I don't want his chin. I want to look the best that I of what God gave me. I want to optimize that through natural purposes. I don't need to be greased up wearing a tank top talking to people online about penis pumps. I'm not That's not manly. I'm not gonna come online um trying to, discourage men from getting married, scare them from getting married, scare them from having children. I'm not going to do shit like that. And like, I think what they're pumping men full of fear. So like, that's what I've been trying to say, like on these lives unruled, is like the whole manosphere is sold as a respect, as doing men a solid. It's doing them a disservice. It is not doing them a solid at all. It's doing them a vast disservice in terms of making them victims, making them whiners, making them consumed with grievance, wasting their vital opportunities and time and potential where they could be growing and working on self. Instead, they're fighting they're fighting enemies that might not that might be that might be fabricated. So like I think that's one of the things that like I bring to the table is like regardless of like you don't whether you can actually throw a punch or not, that doesn't necessarily make you a man. I think to me it's more manly to just like have an emotional backbone to be able to just or just being as just an adult. Um I think that the kind of men that they're grooming, they're grooming men that are just going to be scared and like they're going to waste life. There's so many things to talk about with this, but it's just like I think this is just one little spiel is like I want to see confident men come back. I don't know. There was a day and time when being whiny and airing grievances was sought to, seen as weak and silly and being a sissy. But now they've got a whole fucking movement championing being sissies, um, and being scared and being victims. Like I've said on different lives, like I play in pool. I wouldn't want anybody on my team like that. Most of these professional athletes who are prima donnas, they are highly skilled. They might be complaining, but they're bringing it on the field. Versus these dudes, they're complaining and they're not really getting on the field. So it's like, and they're not doing anything in life. They're not impacting, not doing anything. They're not really working hard, or they're not really, getting out there trying to make stuff happen. So it's like going back to your point. Let me go back to that point. No, we're gonna get to this unruled because you're saying that they didn't grow up in on the. I'll step on that topic. Um. Oh, okay. You think I'm gonna step on it? You said they didn't grow up in unhealthy families. Yeah. Okay. So I read it. I misread it. I thought you said they didn't grow up in unhealthy families. They definitely grew up in unhealthy families, and let's step into that. Uh, pfft, since I last streamed, we saw the Netflix documentary. You know, people were on the fence about this. If you're in the space, whether you were a content creator or you were a subscriber to these kind of channels, these manosphere or anti-manosphere channels, it probably wasn't much new to you. I did not know of HS Tiki Taki before, but we've seen these cretins in different forms, different countries. So, we have him in America called Myron Gaines. But the other dude, I forget his name, but the guy who is the rich tycoon, the construction tycoon. Um, who else was on that show? They had Myron Gaines, they had Sneeko. I think it was that Sneeko, the construction tycoon, and they had HS Tiki Taki and Myron Gaines. I think it was those four. I might be missing someone, but I think one of the biggest things that I took away from that documentary is like it blew my mind that, oh my God, these guys all came from weird upbringings. If they didn't come from, there's probably something weird about all their upbringings. And they expose it in the doc that HS Tiki Taki, little mama's boy, he's playing a character. His mom is kind of scolding him on camera. He didn't have a dad in his life. The construction tycoon, he grew up in an abusive household, didn't have a dad. And what the manosphere kind of tries to do is it sells you on, yo, you might have came up in an unhealthy home. shit, I might have come up and I might have came in from an unhealthy home, but I'm rich now, so that's all that matters. And like, no, that's not all that matters. There's a lot of trauma that you have not unpacked just because you got money. Um, so that's I think that's the visceral reaction that I think a lot of people in this space are having when they come on these panels and they run into people like Anton Daniels, they run into people like Myra, and they run into people like Andrew Wilson, and it's like we're seeing somebody from a different universe because it's like, yo, how do you believe these things and you came from a healthy home? But the problem is like these manosphere people, they're masquerading. They're not giving, if you think about it and you look back on it, they're not telling you very much about their life. And a lot of times they're lying. Um, but like it's mostly the former. It's mostly they're not telling you anything about their life. They're not in terms of upbringing. They're telling you, I got this. I'm driving this. I'm spending this. I got this kind of money. But they're not telling you how they grew up. They're not telling you about like the relationship between you and him and their sisters, him and their brothers, him and their aunts and uncles, their parents. They're not telling you that. They're not telling you the relationships that they've had in the past. They're just telling you what's going on right now and how they're having their way with things. Well, let me say I'm going off tangent, but it's like the Manosphere doc, like I said, it was received. It was, had mixed reviews. Some people were like, "This didn't go far enough. This didn't really teach on anything. This didn't really touch on anything. I already knew this." And it's like I said, I think the biggest thing that it hit home with is that it exposed these people come from broken homes, and and a lot of the followers too came from broken homes, like the construction tycoon. We touched upon this on a previous live where they tell these men, women are born with value, men aren't born with value, they got to earn their value. I can't tell, because like I grew up, I'm gonna say this, and I told you on these lives, like my late maternal grandmother used to always like showcase me in front of her friends at bridge practice or whatever. Yo, this is my grandson. Yo, he's a Morehouse man. Like, yo, like, um, um, she used to always like, tell you like, yeah, you're an attractive Chris, you're an attractive guy. Da, 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 da. The tagline for Morehouse is, you can always tell a Morehouse man, but you can't tell him much. My mom, growing up, my mom gave me a nickname, King Farouk. Like I was the firstborn. I need to ask her why she did that, but I think it was probably because I was a spoiled little brat. I was probably accustomed to a certain type of lifestyle. I was probably very needy, probably very, demanding. I was a kid. But that was my nickname, King Farouk. So like, I think, King Farouk, like I said, I'm not even speak about the geographical area. I think it was in Africa, but I think he was like known for opulence and just like, being very showy or whatever. But like, that was one of my nicknames. The other one was Cheshire Cat, I think partly because of my smile, but and cheesing all the time. But like, I vividly remember having the nickname King Farouk. Like I want to live like I was like, you think of yourself like you're King Farouk. So like I knew I had value, like you as a kid. But so like going back to it, I'm gonna go back to your comments, unruled. But yeah, like the Mansfield, like these dudes came from broken homes. Like my dad would always tell me growing up, Chris, the world needs more people like you. You're such a nice person. The world needs more people like you. I'm trying to think of what my siblings have said. But I've heard many people that I've maybe dated that kind of alluded to like, yo, you're different. You're kind of special. You're this and that. Like when anybody who walks around on this earth with like main character energy, they hear that statement, men aren't born with value. And they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like, it is a low self-esteem anthem. Like to believe that shit. Like, you're not going to tell me I don't have self-esteem. Like we've seen it like in, I don't know if it's like Japan where it's like they have that birth rate, strategy where they're only trying to have sons. How are you going to sit here and tell me that men don't have value, and people are trying to purposely trying to have sons. We've all known that growing up. They're trying to have sons so they can carry on the name. What the fuck are y'all talking about? Men don't have value. Like, it's a certain type of value that they're trying to sell. They're trying to say that, besides the obvious value, they're trying to say like that value doesn't mean shit. They're trying to say men don't have value until they are able to um afford a stay-at-home wife, and it's bullshit. And it shows so short-sighted. But like, again, going back to the broken homes, it's like, I think that's one of the reasons why, coming to the bigger talking point, I don't want to step on too much content, is like, I've been seeing this unruled, and Larry Wilson and some others on previous on platforms like TikTok, when I started to realize, oh my God, like, you don't know what the makeup of these people is, whether they have mental health disorders, whether they came from broken homes. And the problem with social media is it levels the playing field. Honest and truly, and some of these panels and some of these platforms, some of these people should never even be in the same room. And in social media, it puts everybody on the same level of respect and truth. And that's not, and people are able, like I said, people are able to spread misinformation. Someone like Michelle Obama should never be in the same fucking room as Angry Man, nor should they be respected the same. But in social media, that they're gonna, Angry Man's gonna probably dominate. So it's like, it just goes back to me. It's just like I said on previous podcasts, like, not everybody can be saved. You feel for people who come from broken homes. You feel from the people who come from broken homes who are being weaponized and being sucked up into these algorithms. You really despise the people like Anton Daniels, Angry Man's, that Obsidian, that try to, like I said, I don't care about the political aspect of this, but it's like, it hurts my heart to see men being stripped of their souls, of their confidence. That's something that, when they say you go to college, you get a degree, no one can take that away from you. No one should be able to take your confidence away from you. So, like, I wonder, for these men who are in the manosphere, did they ever have confidence, or is the manosphere just taking it away and manipulating it? You listen to these podcasts, there's no way you're taking my confidence away from me. You're not doing that. That's mine. It's unique. It's mine. It's mine to keep. But again, we'll touch on the broken homes thing. I'm kind of like beating it like a dead horse, but it's just like, I think the Manosphere doc, it was great. People, like I said, people wanted to go further. I would love to see another one. I said personally, like, for them to do the Manosphere properly, they need to have several seasons of it. They need to have at least 3 or 4 episodes of it to cover the major bases. But there's so many tentacles of the Manosphere, and the people who ever created the Manosphere, they didn't care about men. They didn't care about men at all. And it's super sad. Maybe we'll get back to it. Let's see. Real men don't get scared. I mean, no. I'm gonna push back with this. Unreal. I feel like men have the right to be able to get scared. I think that if I'm driving through Compton, I'm gonna feel a little scared. I mean, I'm gonna be dead serious about that. Um, like, I know I'm smart enough to know I'm just, a certain places I don't need to be at a certain time, just period. I think it's fair. I think men deserve to be able to feel scared. Men deserve to cry. Um, I think men are, like I said, real men. You said real men don't get scared. Nah, I mean, I think certain men don't get scared. Um, I think real men aren't going to be stupid. Um, that's why you say real men don't get scared. Then why are they carrying guns? Why are they? Let me think about that. Why are they? Why is the Manosphere, okay? Manosphere might not be real men, but like, why are they so worried about divorce court, or paternity and stuff like that? Just to be a contrarian. Why are they so Yeah, I mean, like, divorce is one of them. Why are they scared about divorce if that's the case? They're definitely scared about divorce. Real men know what they need. Manosphere men maybe aren't marriage material. Absolutely, absolutely that. And we got content. I got talking about for that, but like I think real men deserve to be scared. I'm gonna push back a little bit on that. Like real men deserve to be scared. Um, you can be scared. You can be scared to of death. Like if you get cancer, a real man can't be scared to die and to lose his life. Like real men deserve to be able to be scared. They deserve to be fearful. They deserve to cry. They deserve to be able to share their emotions. And I think that's what the crux of this manosphere is. It's like men trying to dial back the clock and say, yo, like traditionally, like uh, men never cried, men with this, men were providers. They're not that now. um, um, they're not that now, and I don't think we're ever gonna go really back to that as the norm because of if the economy stays the way it is. But like men need an evolution. I had the previous topic name of like these men are uncties, aka kind of like male aunties, and like I think that that's one of the things that's holding men back. To kind of push, like I said, push back again. It's like men need to be able to embrace emotions. Women and other men are begging these manospheric men and these patriarchal men to embrace some evolution of like embrace your feelings, set the standard of I deserve to be able to share my feelings. I deserve to be able to have a moment of weakness, which is temporary. Being scared is temporary. You don't have to be scared for your whole life, but you could be scared for a moment. Like, um, but I think I beat that like a dead horse. Yes, I agree with you. And I was talking to my brother about this, and that's why I was saying, like, the previous live topic called like these men are uncties. I've been screaming saying like these men need to adopt and they need to leverage some of the things that women are doing well. Um, these guys say the master, they say like, yo, you're gonna die alone, da, 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 da. And it's like, no, they're not. Like these women, some of these women have, kids. Some of these women are the rich auntie who may or may not want kids. Some of these women, don't want kids and they know it. Um, and they're able to say that with their whole chest at 20, 30 years old, whatever. Um, and they're able to chart chart a course in life that is less male centered in some cases and centered around peace, Sunday fun day, um, Essence Fest, vacations, all kinds of other stuff, getting their nails done, whatever, reading, whatever. There's the possibilities are endless. But I'm saying men are struggling with that, and I think that a lot of this manosphere is quiet as it quiet as kept. Um, there's pressure on men of a certain age to have accomplished a certain amount of stuff. At about 30, 35, you start getting questions about like, yo, where's your wife? It might not even be in question form. It might be like side eyes. Hmm, it might be like roundabout questions, but like there's a pressure to have amassed something, to have a family, to have a wife, kids, have a woman in your life. And I think some of these men feel pressured to they have their sights on a certain type of woman. Um, they they might be scared to admit to the world that like, I'm just not family material. I'm just not husband material. I'm just not father material. I'm just not marriage material. I can't afford to be married. I can't afford to have the marriage I want. I can't afford to have the woman I want. I can't afford to have the setup I want. Um, I just don't see marriage in the cards for myself. I don't want to get married. I don't want to have kids. They're too scared to say that. And I think that the manosphere is a way for them to deflect and just deflect on all the failures, past, present, and future, of men on women. But it's like I said, it's hysterical. Before I forget it, it's like for black men to sit up here and say, we can't find a wife. when you are in the lowest married group, not just now, but it can probably the modern history of humankind. It's hysterical. It's ludicrous. It's ridiculous. Um, and these are some of the types of lies that the manosphere is having to they're able to get it over the line with these men. I don't even know if these men believe it, but they're gonna let it fly, they're gonna let it exist because they have a disdain for women and they have a disdain, I think, for themselves and the expectations that society puts on themselves. And they think it's because of women, but it's not. And I think a lot of these men probably don't think it's because of women. I just think that they feel this burden of like, man, I'm expected to be a provider. Says who? I'm expected to be stoic. Says who? I'm expected to not be able to cry. Um, I can't be afraid. Says who? Like you're telling me if you go see the Blair Witch, you can't get jump scared? Are you serious? Like you can't have a nightmare? Are you serious? Like but like to go past it without the jokey jokes. Yeah, like we'll go yeah, so go back to the outlet on the fears. Yeah, we men need to open up, and it doesn't mean that you're not manly. I mean, we play in pool, like I play in pool, like shooting on the eight is scary. Like losing is scary, failing is scary, getting dumped it can hurt. Rejection, that's one of the things that we talked about. And they talk about in the manosphere, like some of these people want a cold approach. That listen, y'all got more strength than me. I ain't doing that shit. I deal with a lot of rejection in my life. I play pool. Like, what else do I do? I'm going to school. Um, just life be life in that hits you with some types of rejections. Um, but not all men are built the same, is what I'm trying to say. But like, yeah, like there's a fear of being rejected, and men should be able to come out and be able to say that and say, like, you know what? I say it. I can only deal with so much of that. And like I said, not all men are built the same, but yeah, men need an outlet to talk about their fears. And I've been trying to say like men need to be able to modernize masculinity. And you know what? If you guys want to stay patriarchal, if you want to stay traditional, that's fine. But there needs to be an acceptance, unruled, of what you guys are doing is unpopular. And you need to, and I think they know in their heart of hearts, them being patriarchal in 2026, them being traditional in 2026 is unpopular. But I think they're trying to fight against society for saying, fuck you guys for overlooking us and moving on from us. I think that's what the mass share is all about. It's like it's a fuck you to society saying, you guys should want us. Biologically, you guys want us. Y'all ain't checking for us, but you should be. No, you need to accept, you need to swallow that pill and realize the market is the market. What y'all doing is unpopular. Like, they're like the typewriter. They're like, I don't know, name whatever outdated thing. But like, yeah, I agree with you. And I was talking to my brother about this. He was saying specifically that men need to be able to have, like, I don't know if it's like vacationing groups, outlets to talk, outlets to be friends, outlets to throw away misogyny and not say stuff like pause, or not say stuff like, you the other way to say pause that's not safe for YouTube, but not put each other in these stereotypical boxes, but allow people to be vulnerable, allow people to get to, befriend each other and not have to be strong all the fucking time. Yeah, you can always join up on the panel. I'd love to talk about it too. And I think that there's a huge opportunity for your previous point of someone to monetize and create spaces for men to feel comfortable to not have to live up to society standards, and also add some filler to their life, some healthy filler to their life where they can feel fulfilled. And like, I want so bad, unruled, for men to be able to have a less female centered life. And that's what a lot of this is too with this manosphere. Is like these dudes are so female centered. Like, oh my god, I can't get this Barbie. Like, I can't get this like smoke show. Like, fuck. Like, it's like, yo, like there's more to life than just like sex. Like, you can be friends with women with no intentions of having sex with them. Um, you could do there's so much more to life than just dating. And I'm stepping on some of these talking points, but it's like this. There needs to be an age limit on us fixating on dating, especially in the black community. Come on, man. Like, black men have all the things going for them. They got, the low marriage rates. They have, which is terrible. They have the most racial women, and they'll still find a way to say, "Yo, man, it's so hard to date. I can't find a wife." It's like, are you serious? Um, I just think that, like, as I've said on previous lives, I'm going so off topic. Like, people are just squandering opportunities, and they're not willing to admit that, like, they're not willing to accept their station in life. They're not. Like, okay, I'm gonna just, I have a banner for it. Let me find it. Um, shit. Hold up. I hope I made the banner for it. I'm tweaking. Um, Let me find it. I am tweaking. Maybe I didn't make the banner about it, but like, I think I forgot the fucking point. Um, yeah, I might not have made the banner for it, but like, going back to it, let me go back to the comments. I think that might help me. Um, yeah, I think men need to add so much more to their lives. Me getting a hobby is so fulfilling to me. Um, Social interaction, just going out to see movies with people. I could do a way better job of it. One of the things I want to do is I want to get better at networking. But no, like, I think to kind of land the plane, like, I want men to like get away from this traditional mindset. Like, yo, you need a cold approach. You need to just do this. You need to do that. It's like not every man is the same. We all have different skill sets. So, and I think that's where it's fucking a lot of these men up is like, yo, they're being, influenced to say you should be able to approach a woman in public and just get her number. And it's like, not every man is like is first and foremost, not everybody's guaranteed to find it, have a partner or have children. But let me just move on. I think I'm okay. So you can call me Melissa. Um, the men don't have value as a frame of mind that gets them really for life. Yeah, and I'm blaming the parents unruled. I'm blaming the parents. Like I said before, like, when you come from parents that loved on you and doted on you and just pumped you full of confidence, I feel sad. Like, I feel sad for these modern men, these manspheric men that like their parents sent them out to the world with low self-esteem. Like, that's a tearjerker. Like, if I'm gonna have anything, I'm gonna have an obnoxious self-esteem. And it's not to like as a humble brag to like punch down on people. It's just like, yo, I love me so much. Um, and I know my family loves them some me. Yeah, it's sad. Society beats you that tries to beat you down, other men try to beat you down, but you should be able to go back to your friends, go back to your family, and find some people that love you and think very highly of you. You come home and you got a picture in somebody's house of you that loves you. Like, do some of these men not have that? Like, I know I'm just going a little too far, but the world doesn't teach them they are valuable. What do what do they find valuable? Okay, I'm gonna sit back and I'm try to unpack this. The world doesn't teach them that they are valuable. Yeah, what do they find valuable? I think it's those tenets of masculinity, which I think are bullshit. Um, they don't value to like double click into what you're saying. Like I don't think they are being influenced to be able to value things that they deserve to be able to have. Like I said, to be able to feel scared, to be able to be emotionally vulnerable. Like they'll tell you, if you're vulnerable for a woman, she's gonna use it against you. And like these are all fears from like some man that like, yes, he was probably emotionally abused. That doesn't mean we need to carry the weight of those men who've been emotionally abused. No, like we can go to therapy. Like we have all different experiences. But like I think they find, like I said, those tenets like making a lot of money, having being able to have a very attractive woman, um, um, being valued, being highly respected from other men. I don't give a fuck about that shit. But I only care, make my dad, my brother proud, and my siblings proud. That's it. And my mom. You do make sense, but I do think they care. I don't think the manosphere cared about men, and I'm gonna step on that right now. I'll tell you why. I thought about it. If the manosphere gave a fuck about men, instead of bringing up these phantom stories and these manipulated statistics, which I think has been statistical malpractice, um, they should have said, "Hey, if they do actually truly know a person in real life, or if they've heard of a guy who's gotten railroaded by the law system, by the courts, why don't you use some of your YouTube money, or why don't you why don't you give us a link to that man's GoFundMe? Why don't we open a GoFundMe for those men so that we can get them legal representation and file an appeal for them? Why not do something like that?" So it's always just chirping, 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 chirping. It's never action, 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 action. It's just chirping. So that these men don't give a shit about these phantoms, these men in these phantom stories. Oh my god, like he raised 5 kids and he found out they weren't his. It was probably fucking a lie anyway. But if that's the case, let's pool some money together and get some action done. But like these men don't care about other men. If you cared about these men, you would care about their self-esteem. You would care about, if these men and these phantom stories were real, you would care about actually helping to get them custody. Like I said, help them file an appeal. They're not doing that. So like they don't care about men at all. Like, and that's the saddest part that we're seeing from the manosphere is like these men are essentially pushing other crabs into the boiling water. That's all the manosphere is. It's just making men feel comfortable amongst a large group of a large number of men, and then pushing them over the top into the boiling water. That's all they're doing. Um, don't don't think they didn't care about men. Okay. All right. Stoic. Divorce rates are high. Um, and this is a good topic. I don't know if I had a banner for it, but like again, not all of us are cut to play the game of life. We're not cut out to play the game of life. Life comes with risks. Um, Life comes with regrets. If you aren't willing to take those risks, then um you don't have to you don't have to. So, and the people who don't have to, the people who don't feel comfortable to do so, they don't need to take to Twitter and make content. They can move on and live a softer life. There were so many things I was thinking about weeks ago about that. It's just like um the problem with that unfriendly stoic is that the problem with the manosphere and the manospheric mindset is these are men who are scared to do something because of statistics. Why are those statistics being thrown in our face? Have you ever thought about that? Have any of us ever thought about that? Why is it being thrown in our face? Why do we care? These statistics have been out here. Why are we fixating on them now? Why are they stopping us in our tracks now? Um, these statistics aren't going to change Unfriendly Stoic until men grab their nuts and decide to pay it forward and say, "Hey, I might not be able to get everything I want. I'm going to make a sacrifice so that my children and the future generations, I can set something in place and inspire them to improve on where I've left it." So, um, marriage, to your point, divorce rates are high, but the problem that we're dealing with too, Stoic, is we're dealing with a time where people are, like I said before, they're they're implementing and exhibiting statistical malpractice. These stats that are being thrown around here have a certain context to them, and the podcast bros, let's be very clear about that, who probably have never taken a statistics course in their life, who can't tell me a single statistical theorem, all of a sudden they are masters of statistics. It's hysterical. But these divorce statistics, Stoic, are meant, in my opinion, to discourage. It's trying to run the man out of the home, and it's doing a great job. Um, they're trying to find new and creative ways to run the man out of the home, discourage the man from creating um, healthy households. Because and the other thing that I've said on maybe on this podcast, but I've definitely said on Lapeef Experience is like these men are conveniently discouraged about divorce, but they're not discouraged about having out of wedlock children, which the out of wedlock children statistic on Unfriendly Stoic is much higher than the divorce rate, but they're scared of the divorce rates. So there's a prioritization problem. Um, Getting divorced is not scarier than having a child out of wedlock with a woman that you barely know. That's scary. Um, Having unprotected sex should be scarier than getting married, in my opinion. That's how I govern myself. You could hear that on that last live. Um, um, so people are picking and choosing Unfriendly Stoic. Flying to Sasua should be scary in this climate. It's not for passport bros. So these modern men are picking and choosing what's scary to them. So the fact that you're saying divorce rates are high tells me that you and men like you think that getting married is scary. It's not. And it tells me, like, some of the things I've been saying on other podcasts is like modern men, specifically black men, like they're just not marriage minded, and it's destroying our community. It's having impact that I think a lot of black men, just as a collective, are not willing to acknowledge and understand the tentacles that it's impacting. But so like I'll raise you. You say divorce rates are high. So is the out of wedlock birth rate. It's higher. Um, and that's a lifelong impact. A divorce is not a lifelong impact. So I think that there's some re-education, some unlearning that needs to be done. We in our black community have some of the worst examples um, from people in positions that we should be able to trust. We should be able to trust older men in a suit. We can't in this manosphere. We should be able to trust married men. We can't in this manosphere. We should be able to trust divorced men to learn from their experiences. We can't in this manosphere. We should be able to trust fathers. I gotta think about it, but I think we can't trust them in this era. Um, we should be able to trust the men in this community for the leaders that they think they claim they are. I I don't think we can trust them as a collective. So like I challenge that to you, Stoic, and people like you is like, yo, y'all need to unpack why you're scared about conveniently scared about one thing and not scared about something else. And you're scared about something that is not a bigger impact to your life than the things that you're not scared about. So like I said, like black men specifically, not they're terrified about marriage for whatever reason, and not scared about being promiscuous, not scared about having unprotected sex, not scared about flying to places where people have gotten snatched up and unalived and scoped. Um, I think we got to look deeper than this, and we've got to realize, yo, people are trying to play psyops on us. Um, People are trying to play psyops on us, just full stop. And um, why are we being influenced to be afraid of our women? Why are we being influenced to be afraid to have children? I get it if you're not in a financial place. I get it if you haven't found the right person. But yo, as like my girlfriend said in the last live, like people have been doing this for centuries. Like I said, I was tweaking on the last live. I've gotten to a better place with that now, but um, like I said, like I think we have our priorities misaligned. Is like getting married there's so many different benefits, and um, I think the problem with the modern man is the modern man does not understand correlation. Um, the manosphere is sowing seeds of fear. Let me just go to that. I've been like really tangential. They've been sowing seeds of doubt, and you're not going to be able to build anything off of seeds of doubt. And that's what I was saying earlier. Is like I want men to get back to a place where they're confident and they can question misinformation. They can question teaching. And I want to say this before I forget it because I didn't make a banner about it. The manosphere is essentially telling these men, you don't even understand the world you live in. The reality that you think you see and you think you know, nah, you're wrong. I'm going to tell you what the reality is. I live in a whole different city. I might live in a whole different fucking state. I don't know you from shit, but I'm going to tell you, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you've been living. You don't know what you've been seeing. And it's giving, I came from a broken home. It's giving you, what did you like? I really want to see I really want to see some more like the next Manosphere doc Unruled is I want to see the parents of the Manospheric men. I want them sitting down, interrogated. Um, interrogated might be a strong word. I want them to be in a round table. I want them to explain how did they raise their child and when did they think it went off the rails? Because it clearly went off the rails. And what did those children go through, and how do we prevent that? Let me go back to the comments. I need to get back to these comments. Okay, we'll go. There we go. Yeah, but y'all, like I said, I'll go back to it. Like we need to prioritize. Um, we need to realize that we as men, specifically black men, we are really hurting the community with our weird obsessions with divorce, court, and I had a banner for that too. Um, um, we'll just focus on this one for first starters. Like, I'm sorry, the people who are airing their grievances 24/7, 365, they're not focused. They're not on their purpose. They clearly don't go to therapy. A therapist isn't going to let you wallow in self-pity, wallow in air grievances all day and all night. They're going to lift you up, get you on your feet, and get you walking again, and get you focused on some healthier thoughts. Like my therapist would, check me and just tell me like, yo, you need to think about stop worrying about the bad, the negative things. Like I would do that about think about fatherhood, like, yo, I don't want to be in that pursuit of happiness situation where I'm in a bus, in a train stop, like broke as fuck. Like, and my sister and my therapist would be like, yo, that's not even like you. That's not going to be you. And my girlfriend, she put on my refrigerator, what's the best that could happen? And I feel like that's the headspace I think that we need to strive to be in. Um, we need to strive to think about what's the best that could happen. Especially for black men. We're in the we're in the community with the lowest marriage rates. I'm struggling to figure out what black men have to complain about. Like they don't have the standards, they don't have the economic standards of some of these other communities. They don't have the marriage statistics that would reduce a lot of options that other communities would have. You have nothing but an opportunity in the black community to there's not a lot of stuff like stopping you from creating a healthy home in the black community. Um so like I think one of the things that I didn't make a banner for it was like I understand that the MANOSPHERic men want to air grievances, but I think some of the pushback has to be to black men. Yo, I hear you, dog. I hear you, doggy, but you're clearly not looking hard enough. You're not looking hard enough. You're not working hard enough. You're not really unpacking enough if you claim that you can't find a wife in the United States as a 35, 30 plus year old black man. I'm just not buying it. The other thing too is like little segues is like, yo, oh, sorry, before I go to that one. It was kind of stepping on this content saying like, yo, it was a duplicate of the previous one. Like, yo, the manosphere is just getting these men like stuck in their tracks, airing grievances. And it's like, I wonder what these manospheric dudes are doing on dates. Like, are they going on dates like, yo, what I'm tired of single moms and like I'm tired of these like boss babes. I'm tired of these women getting education, tell me they don't need me. Like, are they bringing that shit to dates? Like, no, maybe I guess they probably aren't. They're just bringing it online to panels. And it's like, if you're really on your purpose, if you're really happy, if you're really moving and shaking, um, you don't got you don't you throw those grievances in the trash. Like you move on, you go to therapy, you move forward. But like, I get it. There is a portion of people that are probably struggling in certain things, some more than others. And unfortunately, in the manosphere, they're being picked on and they're being weaponized and they're not really getting the help they need. But still, I go back to like, there's plenty of opportunity for all these men. And it's going to take them stepping out of doubt. They're going to have to unlearn a lot of different things. I wonder about the upbringings. That's a central theme of this show of these men. Did they to go into the next banner, did they grow up seeing their parents airing grievances about battle of the sexes type shit or life in general? Did they see their parents kind of like giving and imparting overly positive things, overly negative things, overly pessimistic things, overly bitter things? Like I said, the parents are the real MVP of this manosphere. And the manosphere does a really great job of glazing over the fact that like they came from broken homes. But I think that's the thing that clicked for me in the last few weeks is like the reason why we just get this weird reaction to these manosphere men is like we came from healthy homes or healthy-ish homes, and these people came from weird upbringings, like weird enough that they don't want to go into the details. Let's see. The other thing I was trying to talk about was like to kind of knock out some of these banners. Just like, yo, I got to a place of peace where I was like, I started Googling, and, these dudes are so fixated on like family court, divorce court. This shit is not in our repertoire. It's not, it's not in our wheelhouse. Like we are not lawyers. I don't think most of us, we're not judges. We're not social workers. We're not therapists. And a lot of these conversations are meant for a different type of room, a different type of environment. It's not meant for social discourse, for Joe Schmoes. when you're an adult, you hire a specialist, you hire a professional to handle these things. Um, and some of those things, those outcomes of those things might not be end in your favor, but there are processes for these things. I don't, like we talked about in the last live, like Maury Povich, I don't watch that shit. I don't want to watch tragic shit all the time. And like I do watch First 48 with my girlfriend, and I'm like, it is so fucking sad. It's so sad to see that that's a reality that people are going through. It's so sad. But like, um, going back to the point, it's like what the manosphere is fixating on is they're fixating on grievance culture. They're fixating on stuff that really, like, I went through a divorce. Am I gonna tell y'all all the details of my divorce? No. Like, that's a private matter, quite frankly. Like, um, like the banner's like, yo, some of these combos need to be private, dog. Like, you go to the doctor, are you going to take the social media to talk about all that shit? No. Like, these are private matters. The manosphere is weaponizing private matters. If you I mean, um, there's a lot of other things that like people go through in real life, and like if you got a traffic ticket, are you gonna go to social media and fucking make content about that shit? No, you go to like traffic court and you get it resolved. So it's like I'm so fucking tired of these private matters being made public so that everybody can carry the weight of someone else's grievance. Man, fuck those people. Like they need to grow up and move on. They need to build a bridge and get over it. Um, Let me see what else. I talked about this one. Um, it's sad, but it's just the reality. Some people are not meant to be fathers. Some people are not meant to be husbands. I think society kind of whips and beats on people, specifically men, and women. But it definitely, I'm a man. I can only speak to the man point. There's a pressure of um having a family. I've spoken about this earlier in the stream, but like men need to find a way to fill their life with self-care and positive and healthy things, healthy interactions, friendships, and move away. Be like Seth Rogen said with his whole chest. He said the world doesn't need any more children. He doesn't want children. He's a millionaire. He's doing really well for himself, and he's been saying with his whole chest for a long time, I don't want children. And I think a lot more men need to say the same thing when they know they don't want children. Um, I'm gonna go back to the comments in a second, but um, the manosphere is, they're doing an excellent job of weaponizing and kind of they're restoring. What they're doing is a jokey joke. If you've ever seen those situations, those like extreme restoration projects of like they take a cast iron pot that's like came from the depths of the ocean that the Titanic was at, and they restore it back to like pristine condition, and they have to like hit it with a laser, they got to hit it with a bell, they got to hit it with an ultrasound from like a dolphin, they got to like scrub it with like steel wool, back from like Jesus's day, like they got to do all these different things, they got to hit it with like some construction tools, and it comes back black, and it comes back in pristine condition. Like that's the kind of exercises they're doing with these to portray these disgruntled men with all their grievances. It's like, yo, in your stats, in your stories, in your battle cries, you guys are crying for irresponsible men. The thing that's probably um the thing at the center of this is that these men are probably all sexually irresponsible. I'm willing to bet that. Speaking as a man who's 43, no kids, life is pretty chill at 43. You don't have to worry about chads. You don't have to worry about you know, shit that ABBA went through. Um, People making content, people airing that they got a deletion. You don't have shit like that happening. Um, you don't have divorce court. You don't have child support court. You don't have wage garnishments. You don't have that. And those stories do exist. But I think one of the things that we're getting away from here is that these men that are being propped up in these stories, they're sexually irresponsible. And I'm sure if we interviewed those men, they would be like, I don't want y'all talking about me. Um, uh, don't try to portray me as a hero. I'm a piece of shit. Like, oh, and I used to feel the same way, like when I went through my divorce, and like people would try to like, yo, this is why you don't want to date a boss babe. And I was like, yo, stop it. My ex-wife is a great wife. She was an awesome wife. Like we just didn't work well together. But like people try to take your story and make it their story. And it's like, oh, it's my story. They try to take your story and they try to turn it into like based on true events, loosely based on true events. And it's like it- it's all it becomes fiction at some point. Let me go back to these comments. Let's see. Um, okay. I don't know about this unruled. Um, the black women specifically, they love them some black men, and they out there saying with their whole chest, and black men still trying to fight them. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. Like it's crazy. Um, okay. I mean, listen, if you stoic, I love that for you. I've said that on previous panels. Like, if you naturally stoic, I love that for you. Um, let's see. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Yeah. I agree with you. It's like men should be able to have fears. Um, fear of like let it oh, you said men shouldn't. Okay. I mean that's your take. I think I fear rejection. I fear failure. I do. I I lose in a game of pool, I'm butthurt. Peyton Manning got his ass whooped by the Seahawks. I was butthurt. I wasn't even on the field, and I felt that rejection. I felt that failure. I was hurt. Let's see. Had my damn jersey on too. Let's see. I was referring to another type of fear from the earlier discussion. Okay, yeah. Let me feel free to speak more about that. Okay, you disagree. Let's see. That was my thoughts as well. Everywhere else in the world want masculine. No, no, no. But see, we're gonna double talk about this. We're gonna talk about this. Masculine is is has one definition through the zeitgeist, and it's got another definition in real life. It's got one definition on social media, and it's got one definition in real life. Um, like I said, like I was telling people on previous podcasts, even like last year, I was like, I get so many different compliments of like, um, yo, like, I'm so glad that, like, you're not one of these maspheric dudes and, like, you think for yourself and stuff like that. Like, just thinking for yourself, masculine has so many different forms. Like, yes, it can be you are the guy able to go 9 rounds against Mike Tyson, get and win, or just get stand in, stand in the ring with him and, land a punch. It's the guy who can beat everybody in the bar. It's the guy who can lift the most weights. It's the guy. Yes, it is all those um what you call it caricature things, but it's also the guy that is self-confident. It's also the guy who treats people with respect. It's also the guy who's a great father. It's also the guy who's a great friend. It's also the guy who has a backbone. It's also the guy who loves himself some him. It's also the guy that thinks for himself. So hold on one second. Hey, what's up? I'm live right now. What's up? You want? Oh, you want to jump on? If you want to, sure. Um, sorry. Let me drop the link. Give me a second. I'll drop the link in a minute. And feel free to get rest if you want to. Let's see. Oh wow, sounds like I don't. Let's be clear about that, Stoic. If I don't have children, who cares? Like there will be maybe a little bit of grief, but like it's okay if you don't, and it's okay if I don't. Zed blocked me on the channel, I think. Okay. Sorry that happened. Um, let's see. Women don't care. Wow. No, no, no. I already said that. Like they do. They definitely care about men. Um, let's see. and they should get that because women have. Let's see, and they should get that because women have it and nobody tells them anything. I don't know what you're talking about here. Um, Women reinforce that mentality within their spaces. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Like a lot of these mentalities, these toxic mentalities, yes, I agree with you. It is, we live in a patriarchal society where a lot of these toxic beliefs, it's not just maintained by men, it is also maintained by some women too. But the difference is there are a lot of women trying to buck back at that, change that, versus not a lot of men who are bucking back and trying to change that, those standards and modernize those standards. What risk do women have taking those type of relationship with men? What risk do women have or take in those types of relationships with men? I mean, I don't know exactly what context you're talking about. But women and men have risk in relationships. They, the master loves to talk about trauma. They love to talk about how, if someone breaks up, if someone gets their heart broken, oh, they're gonna be traumatized for life. Like therapy doesn't exist. Um, you know, so that is it's true to an extent. People, it's heartbreak sucks. People have, women deal with rejection too. Divorce, as I've talked about in previous podcasts, people, men and women, I've said it on the Lapeef experience. If I haven't said it here, I'll say it here. Women, there's a misconception of like, oh, women are found for divorce 60% of the time. They're not doing it just because they woke up on a Tuesday and their show, the season of the show ended and they don't have anything to watch on TV. Like they're doing it because like the relationship was dysfunctional. They're not doing it because, oh my God, like there's an opportunity for me to make more money if I just divorce this guy. No. Um, a lot of people are kind of like turning their brains off. Like, specifically black women, they're in the demographic of the least married women because they are race loyal to the least married men. So with these guys talking about, women, yes, the divorce statistics are, embarrassing. They're high. They're the highest in the black community. But like people aren't doing that for fun. People aren't doing that celebrating. People are filing for divorce. And I filed in mine. Um, people who file for divorce are often guilt ridden. I can't speak for everybody, but I think most people who are filing for divorce, they're guilt ridden. Like they're gonna live with that decision. They're gonna regret that decision. Um, and it might not be immediate. It might come back later. It might come back in pieces later. And you're gonna be like, ah, shit, the person who I was, the decision I made. But you've seen it. I've seen what firsthand. This is coming from men. I've seen it. Men take all the risk. I want to hear this. The stats are much different in other countries. We don't live in other countries, sir. I don't give a fuck what's happening. No, no disrespect. I don't give a fuck what's happening in other countries. That's the problem. Is like, I think these modern men are just they got analysis paralysis. Um, I don't disagree with you on that, but like, I think that the problem is the culture. We have got to stop trying to let the pop culture, the popular culture, the modern culture define our opportunities. Like, if you want to have uh, a nuclear family, you can have that. If you want to be able to have kids, you can have that. If you want to be able to have a girlfriend and a wife, you can have that. Um, I don't understand why people think that like people take like these modern things in modern culture and they like, oh my God, they're not what my great grandfather had. The West is cooked. And it's like, I don't, this is a different world we're living in. And I think like it's gonna we're as we were saying earlier in the live, like we're about to see a whole lot more change. And what I'm getting from it is a lot of people ain't ready. They're not willing to adapt. They're not really fit to, they're struggling to adapt. Let's just put it that way. Um, and the culture is going to change. But like to that point on Stoic, like the people who aren't willing to change, they're cooked. specifically the modern men, the patriarchs, as I was speaking about earlier, the people who don't want to change, um, who just want things to be traditional. Yeah, they're cooked. Um, it's because they may want to make educated decisions, and if they're unable to make decisions that suit them, of course they're going to go the traditional route. Let me think about that. Um, I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to figure out like what you're going at with this, but I'm like what I'm reading from this is like I think you're trying to explain why men are trying to take the patriarchal route. I mean, I think there's a lot of factors. A lot of it is social programming, and they just feel entitled to the traditional route. They feel influenced to go the traditional route. They feel bullied kind of to take the traditional route. They bully themselves and bully other men to take the traditional and other women to take the traditional route. And it's like, yo, like I said earlier, like that's unpopular. Like if that's what y'all want, just that's fine. You're trying to do something that's unpopular, and you just need to accept that. Um, I mean, if that's what you're gonna feel about it, man. I think the problem is the soy boys are, they're getting some love out here. They're being respected. They're getting some love out here. They people are checking for these quote unquote soy boys. And like I said, y'all can be proud of yourself without having to put someone else down. Y'all are calling them some type of names because y'all feel some type of way about how they're getting attention out here, and that's that on that. Um, Women are getting masculine. I think society is changing, and I think as some people, like I said earlier, like some people are just not fit to if they're not evolution focused. It's just not in their DNA. They're just not going to evolve. This TV show called Westworld, I think they called those people, what did they call them? The divergents, like the people who just did not fit into society. They had solutions for them. I'll spare you the details, but yeah, I just think we are in a time where people are going to be showing and proving, and they're going to you're going to have to adapt to a lot of change, some more than others, and I don't think people are ready. Um, they're not going to take the traditional. All right. As we've said on this channel, I don't know if you've heard it unruled. We don't give a fuck what those men want to travel and do. I don't care if they want to travel. That's fine. Um, Oh, wow. Y'all must not have been listening to this. I dropped the link. I'm just trying to get through these chats. I had content I wanted to show. I haven't showed that. Um, I had banners I wanted to show. I want to haven't show that, but I'll try to drop the link. I'm trying to get through the comments. I probably have like 15, 20 to go. Let's see. What would be the intention of trying to run the man out of the home? Because I think it's the woman running the man out of the home. No, like I think what we're seeing is, we're seeing a lot of psyops going on. You're seeing gender roles shifting and changing, not because necessarily people want it to change, but like some of it's also it's just the sign of the times. Like people are having to they're being moved to change. And some people want to stay behind. They want to turn the clock back to make things even worse. Um, I think people want to thrive, and there's different ways of thinking of how to achieve that. Some of these people think, "Oh, the man's the head and the woman's the neck." Da, 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 da. If y'all want to take the Bible and you want to take all these other stuff, that's fine. But don't get mad when people aren't checking for that. Um, I think that what we're seeing from the manosphere specifically is we're seeing a lot of people, not just black women, not just women in general, not just non-conservative men. We're begging for change, and we're seeing patriarchal men specifically bucking back at everything. And um, I had like one of those thoughts of like, if you've ever seen movies like Terminator Salvation, or if you've ever seen movies like The Green Lantern, probably haven't seen it because it got canned and by the critics. you've probably seen a movie where there was a council of people and they made decisions and they didn't it was really more of like it was top down type of leadership and thought um uh, curating and consideration. It wasn't bottom up. And there's times when the leadership is actually or the councils are actually unfit. They're not they're old, they're out of touch. Um could be said about a lot of our branches of government. But I'm just saying like sometimes the people in power aren't making the right decisions for the people or they're not fit to lead us forward. But no, like I go back to it to kind of go back to your point is like I don't think this is about power. As I said on these lives, if you got the money to have a stay-at-home wife, you can get that in this country. The problem is the men don't have that money. And that's not a woman problem. That's an economic problem. These women are choosing to be single, raising children. What? Nah, like, mm-mm. I've talked about that on previous panels. Like, no one is trying to do that. Um, I think that's the narrative that's trying to get pushed to let the absent father off the hook. Um, as I've said earlier in the stream, women who are filing for divorce, and like I said, I'm a man who filed for divorce. They are guilt-ridden. As a betting man, I would bet money, more often than not, they are guilt-ridden. They're sad. Yes, they're gonna get over it at some point. They're gonna move forward. But, from time to time, they're gonna, regret making that decision. Um, the problem is that, um, I think women file for divorce primarily, and like I said, we're in a era of statistical malpractice. Most people who are quoting these things about divorce court and family court don't have children or they've never been married. We are in an era where people who don't have the life experience feel emboldened to speak about things. I say on panels, yo, if you haven't been married, I don't want you saying shit about marriage. Straight up. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. And it doesn't mean that some people haven't had brothers or friends that have gotten married or seen their parents' marriage and learned some things from that marriage. But the problem is we got so many charlatans that are using statistics and just saying the women's filing for divorce 60% of the time. They're just doing it because they want to fuck Chad. They're just doing it because they want to jump in the streets. It's like, no, no, it's not. Like you guys who've never been married would probably have no idea, in some cases, no idea what kind of decision that they and pressure and like I said, guilt that those people were dealing with at the time of that decision and after that decision. And it's so insensitive to try to speculate on stuff that you have no experience in. Um, the women are the ones that make the decision to have the child. Oh, mm, they both. I think the people who created the child, the two people who created the child, made the decision to have the child. Create the child, but I know what you're saying. You're saying to have the child. The woman made the decision to have the child. But yeah, because like not everybody wants to have an AB. I know that's the solution for the manosphere. They blame the woman, the woman who stayed. They let the absent father off the hook, and they just blame the woman for um, keeping the child. But then the problem is like the manosphere is never going to be happy if the woman has an AB or deletes the child. They're going to blame, which they do. They're going to bring up black women lead in deletion rates. So it's like there's no winning with those men. Those men don't want to see the community thrive. They just want to have. They just want to sit in the bleacher seats and just the nosebleed seats and just throw batteries. That's all they want to do. Um, all this should be scarier to the woman, but they're doing it. No one's telling them anything. Everybody's rooting them on. I mean, just don't know um, what context you're speaking about. Stoic, I definitely love my voice. I listen to the podcast every day. But no, it's a lot more than that. Zed was on a live a couple days ago, I think. I don't know where Zed is at though. They come from single parent households, the same women that divorce these men. Wait, hold up. Unruled. Like, let's be clear about that. Single parent households didn't just come from divorces. We can look at statistics. The overwhelming majority of them didn't. Because as we talked about in these podcasts, like black people, specifically, marriages, something that men lead in, or they're there's a how I forget how they say it, like they are the gatekeepers of marriage. They're dropping the ball in the black community. But yeah, I agree with you. Like I think most black people probably come from single parent homes, but it's not. This that second part of that statement, the same single women that divorce these men. Let's see. Hold on. Sorry. I think I know what you're trying to say. You're trying to say that like the majority of the women who file for divorce are coming from single parent homes. Again, I go back and say that could be true, but again, you may or may not have ever been married, and if you have, I think it's really egregious. I think it's out of pocket to speak on and speculate on things that you don't know anything about. Like, I don't have children, so I'm not going to be coming at parents hard body about how their parenting decisions. I don't know what that's like, and I know it's not easy. And I'm not going to look at a parenting statistic and just speculate on stuff. Um, let's see. As a woman, I know exactly what we can do to men. I know exactly how we can get them. Of course, I know it's the women that are mainly responsible. Okay, all right, and we have that opinion. He's pushing a feminist narrative. I'm pushing my own narrative. Um, the problem begins with the women. This is coming from a woman. This is coming from a woman who knows my power. All right, I have the power to build up and tear them down. Okay, fair enough. I just don't live my life like that. He's mad. He mad. Some strong assumptions about me. I'm not mad when you say divorce. I agree with you. I said divorce rates are high, but I said a lot of different things. I said that um, if I didn't say it, like these trends, the MANOSPHERic men love to sit and say, "Yo," they love to just sit down and whine and cry about the state of the black community. It's like, yo, we're only going to change it if people have courage to not look at the statistics. I've said on previous lives, like, yo, if I wanted to be discouraged, I wouldn't have gone to college. I would never have gotten married. I wouldn't want to get remarried. I might not want to, try to have a kid because all the statistics in the black community, they're terrible on a lot of different, just a ton of things. But like, I don't live my life through stats. And I'm a math major. So I don't understand why people who are not math majors, who never took a stats class, I don't understand why y'all fixating on that shit. Because mathematics majors, they were not told to fixate on statistics, specifically relationship statistics. Okay, many women tear men down. I'm not disagreeing with that, and I'm not, and that goes. I think it goes both ways. He has and he does. Okay, I think we have to find balance between men and women. I don't disagree with you on that, and I've been saying that unfriendly stoic. I've been saying that at the beginning of this live. I said like men need to leverage some of the things that women are doing well that are bringing them peace. I think men are way too women centered, and that's why we have the manospheres. Like it's a bunch of women centered men who can't move on with their lives without having the woman that they would like to, I guess, win or lead or win the competition for from amongst other men. It's just it's a bunch of, I don't know, it's a bunch of misinformation, it's a bunch of noise, it's a bunch of propaganda, it's a bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch of hurt people who don't go to therapy. Um yeah, it's Ed's channel. Don't ever forget that. Um let me see. Okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate y'all making these comments. Like I appreciate it. Um these men grew up in single parent households because these women chose that Wow. Shows that for them, they did not have a choice in it, which is why I wonder why you would criticize men who did not. Are you talking about when the children, the men who were children didn't have a reason to choose? Because the men who were the fathers who abandoned, they had a choice. But I'd love to hear your take on this. I don't get this opportunity often, Stoic. Let's see. Hold on one second. So you saying men should be vulnerable and they don't gotta be tough, but also to get over their single parent household. Yeah, like I'm saying that Stoic. Like I'm saying like for the people that grew up with any type of trauma, we as adults should be, it's gonna be hard to unlearn some things. It's gonna be hard to learn new things. It's gonna be hard to address the things that we uh are carrying with us. But we have to, that's the thing we have to do. We have to seek healthy solutions and healthy resources to work through our trauma and our problems and our I guess certain things about our personality or things that we're struggling with in life. So yes, like um and that's not just for people who come from single parent homes. I'm saying people who come from two parent homes, people who come from healthy households. We all have stuff to work on. We're not perfect. We all have work to do. Pick a struggle, brother. I don't know what struggles you're talking about. My bet is that he's not on married. My bet is on he is not married, and yeah, you're betting 1,000. I'm divorced. Like I said, I filed. I have no children. Let's see. Hold on. He has a girlfriend. He's in grad school. That's what I got so far. Oh, y'all must be some new listeners. It takes two. I've been saying that unruled. I've been saying that it takes two. Take two. Like let's not harp on the single mothers only. Let's see. Okay, well, more power to you, brother. I absolutely believe in this. This is a quality fucking post from Stoic, and I wish I had my notes with me. I had a video to watch for this. That it was advice to young men in their 20s and their early 20s, and I think the guy is from the I might show it. It's from the show, the podcast Roses Are Dead, and they were talking about one of their advice was, you should just shoot your shot at the most attractive woman in the room and all the spaces that you frequent to build that confidence, to build that tolerance for rejection and stuff like that. And like I said, I've said on this podcast, not all men are the same. So like, not all men. Like I said, I'm not gonna be that guy who does that. But like, I think I did it in different ways. Like, I think, I tell people on these podcasts, I used to go to the club in high school. That helped me in terms of my development to be able to handle rejection. I played sports growing up. I play them now. That helps. Having high confidence helps. But yeah, losing builds character. I tell people all the time, like in pool, I only got better from losing, from being humiliated, from crying in front of everybody, boohoo crying. Like that's how I got better. When I let my team down and I was embarrassed. When I lost to someone who I knew I was better than. When I lost with a trophy on the line, with an opportunity to win that trophy for my team and losing it. When we went to Vegas, and I tell my team all the time, like, yo, I'm sorry, y'all guys. Like, I wish we could have gone further. I got out coached. In this winner go home game, and I'm gonna carry that to the grave with me. That I'm gonna have to try to learn from that experience if I ever get back to Vegas. But I got out coached, put my players in the wrong positions. But yeah, losing builds character, absolutely. Playing video games, even something as simple as that, like being competitive. Not every guy is competitive, though. Let's be clear about that, Stoic. I think I am. I have a unhealthy perspective on competition. I tell people all the time, like I said, you and Unruled don't really listen. Y'all new listeners apparently, but like when they have a company function to go play bowling, I'm not going there for fun. I'm not going there to socialize. I'm going there to kill. And trust me, if I lose that, I'm going to be in a bad mood. But let's see, as a liberal, I think that you're the host, but it's your job to consider everyone, not just consider your things. Yeah, we try to do that. I bring people on who are passport bros. I bring people on who are conservatives. I bring people on here in these panels that I don't even like. I try to give everybody the opportunity that wants to come on the panel to talk. We don't, people, will say this, oh, this is an echo chamber, blah, blah, blah. But I try to gain perspective. Now, I have taken a turn on that. I will speak on it. Thinking for yourself is a good trait. Absolutely. It's like a alpha level statistic. It's like an alpha level, in my opinion, alpha level characteristic or attribute to be able to think for yourself and not be a fucking sheep. That's masculine. Yeah, Westworld was great. Took some turns, got weird, but it was good while it lasted. It might be like a preview of the future. Let's see. My mother is one of them. She chose it. It's the woman. It's the woman host. Huh. I don't know what you're saying there, but give me a second. You killing that chat. That's not true. Okay, we got to the end of them. Okay, if that's how you feel, fine. Yeah, I know. I said I was going to go through the chats though. Before I do that, just hold on for a second. I want to get through a couple banners maybe. So I'm going to go through at least two. So I got to like a point. I mean, I took a turn. I started to have some epiphanies, and I'm like, I think I'm kind of sick and tired of the podcasts. I'm sick and tired of the conversations. It's just on an infinite loop. It's all talk, no action. It's time that we need to start. We've not, every platform is a little different, but like, we've been talking for at least the pandemic, 6 years. Some of us longer than that. It's time to start seeing some action. As I said in the last live, like, the things like the manosphere, these dudes lonely men have not improved, not even a smidgen or a smithereen. And that should be thrown in the faces of these MANOSPHERic men every single chance we get. It's time to get off these panels. It's time to get off these platforms and stop, really, from two different points of view. The people like me, like, we need to stop reacting to content that is MANOSPHERic, because all we do is give them bulletin board material. We really need to like starve them of attention. We need to, like I said, we need to stop making content about them. They're going to continue to make content because this is a moneymaker for them. This is more of a passion. This is a passion project for me. I don't get paid from this. I tell people that all the time, but like I said, I'm getting sick of the conversations. We're 30 and 40 and sometimes 50 years old on panels talking about dating, talking about airing grievances. How long are you going to air grievances? When does it become old? Like I said, it's time to show and prove. And I think, like, like I said, it's a hoop dream, but I would love to see us get away from making grievance content, regardless whether it's the MANOSPHERic point of view or the anti-MANOSPHERic point of view. It's not helping neither is really helping the community. I love people like Pub. I was going to actually talk about him a little bit, but he's not helping the community. I know his content's in the right place, if it's coming from the right place, but like, it's not putting a dent in the MANOSPHERe. The MANOSPHERe No one really is. The manosphere has deep-seated roots, influences that we don't even understand or know. Um, and the solution, in my opinion, is like, and it's in real life. Similar, I think I don't know if it was unruled. Is like we need to be able to have spaces where healthy men can find do healthy things, have healthy thoughts, get away from the societal pressures, traditional at that. Um, but like I said, I'm sick and tired of the podcast. It's a waste of time. Um, it's not giving. It's all it's doing is putting money in content creators' pockets who aren't pouring that money back into the community. They don't that they claim they care about. The last thing I was gonna say was like, um, sorry, I was. This is not the one I wanted to talk. Fuck it, I'll show this one. I, I I think that we're making like dating like way too complicated. Maybe that's a time for another time. I'll speak about it. But I think the last one I was gonna say was um I talked about it in the last few podcasts about like why you know groups like the Boule exist, why groups like Jack and Jill exist, and they're positive groups. I know they often carry like a negative stereotype or reputation of like being bougie and elitist. No, um, I've said on previous podcasts like one of the things they really do well is they eliminate manospheric thought. Um, they eliminate that crab in the barrel mentality because like it's a group. They're groups that are centered around the pursuit of black excellence. And to the title of the post, like just like I was saying on the previous post, banners of like I'm sick and tired of these podcasts and these fucking panels. It's bullshit. It's it's not helping the community. I think we need more groups kind of like the Jack and Jills where we are able to kind of like build community, help people heal, um, focus on positive things, focus on what the best, focus on trying to improve things, doing some of the things the tried and true things that we've done, community outreach, mentoring, but creating more reach than the current reach that we have with these types of groups. Um, we have to be prepared to leave some people alone and leave some people behind. Those people specifically being the manospheric people. Like we can't save them. They don't want help. Um, I look at the panels kind of as like wrestling with a pig in the mud. Like I think we can all agree that like wrestling a pig in the mud is it's pointless, especially for it to be video live streamed for like an entire audience to see, recorded for the internet for all time. Like there's no point. Like you're wrestling a pig that wants to get muddy, that wants to get you muddy, that wins no matter what. Um, there's no rules to wrestling this pig in the mud. The pig might bite you. Pig might pee on you. The pig might shit on you. The pig might bring other pigs and jump you. I know this is getting like off the rails, but I'm just like, um, that's what I kind of see these panels as. Is it's like it's worthless. You're talking to people who probably came from broken homes, and we're trying to find common ground. Um, the and not saying like you can't find common ground with people that came from broken homes, but I'm saying we're talking about the specific cohort of them, the manospheric variety that are patriarchal, that are modern day fossils in thinking, that want to turn back the clock, want the whole community to turn back the clock, which is nonsensical. There's no point in even talking to people like that. Like we need to find like-minded people who are trying to go in like-minded directions and try to encourage other people to join said groups. And we need to be prepared to leave the manospheric people behind in the dust, and let them be miserable to themselves. Okay. Fair enough. Let me drop the link. Hold on. Hold up. I'll stay on for a little bit. Uh, there you go. I posted the link. Oh, I think I've seen you on other panels. Unfriendly. I think I've seen your avatar.
Yeah, I have like different avatars that I use, so just a random one. But what I would say, like, I'm trying to understand your position. I
Unruly.
don't.
Sorry, unruled. I want you to join too. So you've been asking to join. Go ahead and join too.
Yeah, yeah. I want to understand your position because I mean, I came in a bit later. Uh, like me and Zed, we don't always agree on topics, but she usually comes from when she argues her points, she doesn't argue her points from a place that's like malicious, even though I don't always agree with it. So I do tune into a channel where we got opposing views on many things, but we also agree on many things, right? But when I'm just listening to what you're saying, I, I don't think like some of the things I just don't agree with, like what like women are attracted to is masculinity, even if they want to prop it up in a way that they're not attracted to it or not. At the end of the day, subconsciously, there's certain things that they're looking for, right? And
Um,
like maybe what I agree with you is like let's say that I don't really believe in the whole traditional thing because what they consider traditional is really something that we developed like within the last maybe 100 years or whatever. Before that, if we talk about traditional, like both people work, we were hunters and gatherers. You know what I mean?
I
So
agree with that. Give me a second. Yeah, I agree with that. It's like, to add on to your point, to piggyback onto that point, a lot of that stuff that these people are being, the propaganda that people are buying into is government created um fantasy stuff. It's like the idea of like the nuclear family. That's great that existed, but like when they romanticize the past, like that was never a mainstay for like anybody's communities, definitely not the black community. And like the other thing about it too is like, and I said on these panels, I think where I kind of fucked things up for this space is I came from that environment. So when the manosphere talks about we want stay-at-home wives, we want like nuclear family, we want traditional, we want that. I came from that on the liberal side, and it's nothing like these dudes describe it to be. It's not a man running roughshod over his family and treating his daughters like the only worth they have is to get married. That's it doesn't work like that. Um my I have siblings and all of them went to grad school. My dad cared about the education of all of them. I'm sure somebody's father was like that. I wouldn't want a father like that, quite frankly. I love the father that I had, but like I said, like the the beauty of it is like masculinity has so many different
yeah,
paths.
I like what you said about like the way you broke down masculinity. I don't look at masculinity as like this, your ability to fight Mike Tyson, but I do think your ability to protect your loved ones is a part of masculinity. You know what I mean? So not that you should be violent at all times, but you should have the capacity of violence. You know what I mean? You have to have the ability to tap into that violent side of you when necessary, kind of thing.
Yeah, and I'm like, I hear you on that, but it's like,
But you got a girlfriend, right? So
mhm.
like if you're in an environment and then somebody's disrespecting your girlfriend or somebody slaps her in the butt, what are you gonna do in a situation
That's
like
yeah, that's good. I mean, like I know like specifically like the people love to use these like fantastical situations of like somebody's gonna slap your girlfriend on the butt, or somebody's gonna hit on your girlfriend, or somebody's gonna like do something really disrespectful. Like, come on, Unruled. You said you wanted to come up. Please come up. Let's not waste this opportunity. Um, I'll be honest with you, and I'll try to talk about your exact scenario, but like I also say personally, I've always said this is like there are some situations where protecting your family is getting the fuck up out of there. Like you don't want to sit there and stay, and because you never know what someone's got on them. You might be coming over there trying to defend your family with your bare hands, and they got knives. They might have other people to jump you. They might have weapons. Sometimes getting the fuck up out of there is the best way to protect your families. So we got Melissa. Um,
All right.
Melissa, are
Yeah.
you Chicana Corners?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. Okay. Welcome to the panel.
Hey guys.
My,
Hey Stoic.
my question is, hey, how you doing, Melissa? How's everything going?
Good. How are you?
Not too bad.
I'm glad to see you here, man. I'm glad to see you here because I was all alone. But it's good to have you. I was actually originally here because I don't think there was enough people to speak for the men, so I'm kind of glad Stoic came for that reason. But so I didn't really feel like I have anything other than to say that women do are it is very it's very common now. Women are don't really care about men. Men are not considered human beings. We just discard and we use. And it's to this not me. I'm not saying like I'm like that, but I could be easily. I was. We don't consider men at all. So all this like manosphere thing, it seems inevitable. It seems inevitable that would have happened because of how we are treating men and how we see men. That's all I have to say. But really.
Yeah, I mean, I really want my girlfriend to join on this too. I got headphones on. She's not gonna be able to hear this chat. Um, but like I think there's a lot of reasons for the manosphere. I think it is this red wave of the world trying to go back to conservative values, traditional values. Let me see, Chicano Corners. You were saying what was the reason again that you saw?
That I thought it was important to have that perspective that I thought Stoic would bring because he's here now. But but yeah, I was here because nobody else really seemed to be like pushing
Yeah,
back
I think
on the things that you're saying. Go ahead.
yeah, there's a lot of yeah. I feel like on one side you're saying to be vulnerable,
Mm.
and, but on the other side you're saying not to get over whatever issues that you're having. Because these guys, I don't always agree with them, but they are grieving, or they have certain issues within the dynamics of relationship, uh, you know, based on like real life experiences. You know what I mean? And then the reason why these echo chambers are forming is because a lot of them are having the same issues. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. I was going to talk about that from the liberal side of things. I talked about it maybe a handful of months ago. It blew my mind when I went to TikTok to realize, I came to this space to make content that was anti-manospheric, anti-alt-right, anti-red pill. And I went to TikTok and I saw people a lot of infighting on the anti-manosphere side, saw a lot of toxicity on the anti-manosphere side, and said, that's why I kind of like closed one of the last couple of the banners with talking about like, I'm just really tired of this discussion space. There's a lot of people, I said on these panels, like there's a lot of people on the anti-manosphere side who are like, I want to debate Anton Daniels. I want to debate Andrew Wilson. I want to debate Just Pearly Things. Man, fuck those people. Like, because those conversations aren't going anywhere. It's a bunch of people trying to wrestle pigs in the mud. And these discussions aren't helping anybody. It's just entertainment. That's what I think people are losing track of. Public defender, Anton Daniels, maybe in some way they have their heart in a certain place for their base, but they're entertainers at the end of the day. That's what they're here for. You get on TikTok and you'll definitely see it. These people are trying to make their daily heart meets. They're trying to get their views up. They're trying to get, they're doing bounties to knock people off panels.
But there's obviously a need if that they have it if it's so common and or so popular. There's
Oh,
obviously a need, a huge need.
It's a need. I agree with you. There's a need. There's an entertain like this manosphere is here because to your point, there is a need. There's a need that's being exploited. Just like with the panels I was talking about with like on TikTok is like we are in an attention economy and there's a need. Um, it's not helping anybody. This a lot of this content is not helping anybody.
I would
Um,
say that's necessarily true. I think like all right, let's take Fresh and Fit for example. I
mhm,
really don't like these guys. I think they're cornballs, right?
mhm,
But there's certain elements of what they teach that I think is beneficial. You know, getting your finances together, you know, becoming, taking care of your health and your fitness, and being, working on the things that you can to be more attractive to the opposite sex and whatnot. I think these are useful things. It's the ideology around like how they view women that I don't agree with. You know what I'm saying?
mhm.
So it's like it's kind of like they're mixing truths with some real like scary false narratives. But the only reason they're able to do that is because these men are struggling in the dating marketplace, and they're looking to get some type of guidance. You know what I mean? And
Well,
then maybe if they grew up in a single parent household and they didn't have any like masculine male role models there to give them that information, or if they had a father in the home but he was kind of like a soy boy, they weren't able to like pick up on that information, so they're turning to the Fresh and Fit and the mediocre tutorials and reviews and all these guys that are dominating the space.
do you think that people like MTR and Fresh and Fit actually care about those men or care about the money they're getting from those men more?
Probably the money,
Right.
but what they're saying, what Stoic is saying is it's that they do offer value, and maybe it's value that they didn't get when they were growing up. So even if it's unhealthy, it's something. And honestly, I think men need more encouragement in that regard because they're not getting it from the real world. The real world is mean to men. And it's not mean to women at all. It's really easy on women.
I
It's way
don't know.
easier on us than than you think it really is. And we choose to have the kid or we choose not to. We choose to get divorced or we choose not to. My mom knows my dad was a great dad, but she divorced him anyway just because she wanted to have her own life. It's very selfish. It really is. And my poor dad, he died alone. And it just kills me that we're telling these men to man up because he was the best man. And if you ask me, he was a great man. But for him to have to go through that alone life alone because the woman he chose, really she's the one who encouraged them to have kids, and then she divorces him. That's crazy. And I feel bad for my brother because he's the one who struggles because of it.
I,
Yeah.
I
I'm
think
not sure of the actual statistics, but I think it's like 70%. Don't quote me on it. You can Google it, but it's about like 70% of divorces initiated by the woman, right?
right.
So men
60.
men historically don't want to get divorced. They'll hold on to something that's broken, but women are the ones that are exiting the
I'll
marriages, right?
I'll be honest with you, Stoic, because I'm a guy who filed for divorce. Unpopular opinion. I know they look at the stats and they say, oh, women are filing for divorce like 60, 70% of the time. And they characterize them filing for divorce as a place of a character, a flaw, like a weakness. And it's actually a strength. The person who filed for divorce, that is not easy to do. There's a lot of people who it takes guts, it takes chutzpah. You're going to now take the brunt of the blame. You're going to take the brunt of the guilt. Um, so they try to make this narrative, spin this narrative like, oh, the men aren't filing for divorce, so that means they actually want to keep their marriage. No, it doesn't. That doesn't mean that. Um,
Interesting. That's an interesting point.
that doesn't always mean that. Like if you are in a let's just say this, if you are in a scenario where you're being taken advantage of, what's what's what is the what's the purpose of that other person leaving? They want to keep that good thing.
Yeah. But you're
So
right.
you,
That
you
is
think
actually an
men
interesting perspective you just said.
you
That makes
think men are
sense.
taking advantage of women?
No, no,
What do you
I
think?
think he's saying that men don't file for divorce as much as women do because it's harder for the men. It looks worse on the men than it really does look probably worse on the men than it does on the women. You're right. Okay, that
Yeah,
makes
I
sense.
think a lot of men are not filing for divorce because it's cheaper to keep her in many cases.
That's true too. That's
That's
true. Like to rock the boat on a lot of different fronts, to rock the boat on the reality front, to rock the boat on the financial front. Um,
there you go.
but
There you go.
the point is that everybody's missing is, did that marriage deserve to continue? They invalidate and say that the person who's filing for divorce, it was
All right,
superficial.
let me touch on this. I just looked it up. It says women initiate approximately 69 to 75% of all divorces. In
Mhm.
marriages where women held a college degree, this figure jumps up to roughly 90%.
Right.
Yeah, so it's the educated women that are getting divorced, and that sucks because then that creates a narrative that women that are educated are not desirable, probably, right? The
Yeah,
Well, there's
they're the ones
other
that don't want to be there.
there's other things about that statistic, Stoic. They say that with the marriages where the woman makes more, the guy is more likely to cheat. He's more likely to feel insecure about his role in that marriage. So it's not necessarily that the the woman
Where,
is.
where they getting where
Hmm?
they getting this data from? That's the thing. Because like sometimes even the statistics I'm reading, right? I got to look at the source of the statistics,
Right.
right? 'Cause a lot of times people will paint narratives based off of false statistics or skewed statistics.
My thing is this, Stoic and Chicana Corners. I want us as a society to move away from statistics, like from a place of fear. Like, I think that it's good to know statistics as a nice aha moment of like, oh, this is the pulse, this is what's going on. But it's like, yo, we gotta acknowledge whether so let's just say for the people who don't want to get married because they look at people are getting divorced. Da, 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 da. People I said on earlier lives, and maybe even this one too, is like people are picking and choosing which stats they want to be freaked out about and which ones not to be. Like you hear these guys in this space talk about, oh, if you get divorced, you're gonna have to pay half. That's not true. That's and like specifically for alimony, that's only happening in 7% of black divorces, but they run with that talking point. It's not happening. Um, some of these stats are happening to specific types of
Don't
people.
don't you need to generally speaking, right? When you get divorced, you split all assets that you guys got in the marriage, right? Like I've
I
never been married, but that's my
Yeah,
understanding.
I spoke about this on a previous podcast, and the way I said it was, um, when you get divorced, assets will be split up depending on and I'm just speaking about people who don't have what do you call it, what are those agreements that they get, the premarital agreements, like the
prenuptial, yeah.
prenups, yeah. But the people who don't have those, they have things called community property states. Texas is one of them. I think they have like six of them, maybe eight of them in the United States, where they lean towards a 50-50 split. But what actually happens is, and I said it on this podcast, is like, I don't think men are really educated about what divorce is. They're hearing it from the worst. They're hearing it from bitter divorced dads because someone probably got a favorable split in the divorce because not everybody's gonna have the equal same standing of finances, credit scores, ability to work. Like if you married a woman and she never worked, you're not walking away with everything that you have and then she just walks away with nothing. And I was telling on these podcasts because I grew up, my dad's a doctor. I grew up, my mom she gave up her career. She was like she led the home. She helped him stand up his practice. She did everything for us as the kids and stuff like that. But I got to see these trad wives, quite frankly, because I told y'all I grew up in the trad wife kind of quote unquote lifestyle where my mom stayed at home, and no, she did not did not dress like a French maid. She did not bake bread for my dad coming home. But what I'm trying to say is, like, I saw a lot of women who were married to doctors, got divorced, and they were destitute. The money that they got from that divorce, they ran it ran out, and they couldn't get any more, or they maybe were mismanaging it or something like that.
That sounds
And
more likely the issue that they probably were mismanaging the money. Like I have
yeah,
a friend right now, right? he was like a he's like a blue collar worker, right? And he's still married. I can't say his name, but yeah, he's still married to a woman. I don't want to get too deep in his business, but I
Mm,
know the way this he's the older guy, and they even though they haven't been like intimate for over like 20 years or whatever, yeah, she doesn't want to divorce him because um she would lose the lifestyle that she has, even though because he's willing to divorce her, sell the house they have worth over $1 million or whatever.
mm,
But she would have to downsize, because let's say they split everything. Let's just say between the two of them, they have roughly, um, you know, $1.5 million in assets, right? And he has no problem just giving her half and just walking
mm.
away to live his life, right? So she has 750,000, which is a decent amount of money that if you invest that properly, uh, get 8% a year, you know what I mean? You can easily make like I don't know, like let's just say $60,000 a year passively. Maybe you reinvest after that. You have like 30 grand a year to play with. Now, if you move to like Southeast Asia or some other country or a cheaper part of the country, you probably could live indefinitely off of that. But because she's used to living in you know high end neighborhood in California, that would be a downgrade for her. You know what I mean? So
I,
she wouldn't even have enough money to buy that same house that she
I
like.
I
You know what I'm saying?
think that again, as I've said on these panels, like people who are getting divorced, there's a narrative being spread about divorce courts that it's just like taking men to the cleaners, but it is a process that's trying to make both people whole. And no, like in some of those cases, men are probably or people are probably selling assets that they didn't want to have to sell or whatever the heck.
Now
Um,
the funny part he doesn't mind. His kid is of age. His kid's in college. He specifically waited till his kid graduated university before
right,
now he's trying to get out there. He's an older guy. He's in his 60s, and he's ready to spread his wings. You know what I mean? And the difference is when she splits that money with her, he doesn't mind because he's willing to move to a lower cost of living country. So he will still have and then he has pensions, and he's in the military, and so he
yeah.
has like his money set up.
The one thing I wanted to say, and I said it earlier on this podcast, Stoic, is we've got to get. I'd love for us to get to a place where we leave private matters in private. Someone else's divorce and their marriage is none of our business. And what I'm trying to tell you is, no one is telling you the whole story. No one is telling you the
Now,
whole story.
he told me a good chunk of it. I'm just leaving out certain details. I don't want to like it.
You're leaving
He
details out to
identified.
me, and he's leaving details out to you. Is what I'm trying to say.
But if we don't talk about our grievances, we can't learn from each other's grievances, and we really need to, because we can't reinvent the wheel every time we go through something. It's
Right. And I agree with that. And I say that that's where people in our social circle, we need to be honest with the people that we are sharing our life experience with, and whether it's our grievances or our triumphs or whatever. The problem is that when we're taking to social media and we're trying to talk to strangers who don't know us from anything, and we're only giving you half one part of the story, our perspective. We're telling you, we're taking stats and we're making hypothetical stories. We're not really getting real stories. We're getting fake stories that are meant to that are sensationalized, that are
No, but
fantastical.
this is somebody I personally know. This is somebody I personally know. Um,
Huh?
I seen what I seen what he's gone through, and it doesn't scare me from marriage, but it also kind of puts a certain perspective on certain things. Because once he put the ring on it, and had like imagine his kid's like in his 20s and said he hasn't been intimate with his wife in like 20 years. So that means like as soon as that baby pops out, she kind of like you know.
And airing out our grievances is another way we. It's like therapy. Like, not everybody can afford therapy,
Yeah.
so in a way, it's helpful.
And then him telling me that this is it's probably means that he's spent a lot of time kind of getting over it, and like this is this. So he's like an OG kind of like, yeah, this is this. I can't tell you this is what's gonna happen to you, but these are my experiences, and like you can kind of learn from them. That'd be how you structure your marriage, or your vetting process for women, or whatever it is, or if you even choose to get married.
Yeah,
But
I
you were
agree with
saying that
both of those.
marriage is like you said, I mean, these guys, like, for example, these fair marriage, like, these are the stories that we're seeing. These are the Gen X guys that raised a lot of the guys that you're talking about. You know what I mean?
Let's be clear about that. Um, I think the problem with that is we, they say it all the time, like a lot of people who are in the successful stories, they're often the quietest. The people who are the bitter baby daddies, like they got people over here who are listening to people like Coach Greg Adams of a bitter divorced dad who has children, and now he's promoting this free agent lifestyle where he's traveling to other countries to have sex with random women, and we're listening to him.
That's good for him. If it makes him feel good from the experiences he had, I don't see that like as a huge problem. Like what's worse, I think, is the women who are doing this to these men. And I really do put it on the women because we have and we know better. We grew up better. We're supposed to be the moral gender, right? The better gender. But I'm not seeing that anymore. At least that's how I see it. But, good for them. Good for these men. They work hard. They should have a good life. They only get one.
I agree with that, and that's why we've said on this panel, like this channel, like, yo, if the passport bros want to travel for love, if they want to travel for date, we salute them. We want them to do that safely. But the problem is there's the triangulation. The problem is with the divorced men is that they're giving one-sided stories, and they're scaring these other men and stealing their joy. I'm a divorced man who filed, and I don't want to discourage another man from being able to have a successful marriage. I want to be able to get remarried, and I hope that I'm going to be a more mature guy coming in this time. I'm hoping that it's going to be successful this time. But we have a lot of men. We don't already have a lot of. We have the least, where we come from, the least married demographic. And I think that there's a lot of financial insecurity circulating within the Black community that is influencing a lot of these feelings of don't have children because then you're going to go through child support. Let's be clear about that. When people are married, first and foremost, this fear of child support court is from unmarried people. People who are married have divorce lawyers, mediators who find common ground, and they said like something like 70-80% of those court, let me finish, they have said like 70-80% of those child support judgments from divorced people, they don't go to a judge, they get amicably agreed upon. So we the fear, the true fear, the true noise, when you eliminate the noise is there are people who are sexually irresponsible, who are not married, who are having children, possibly that they can't afford, with people that they barely know, and now they're disgruntled and they want to air their grievances.
Yeah, women are having these children though. The women are the cause. They're the ones that choose to have the child, even though they're not married, even though they know that the man that they slept with, that they're having the child with, is not gonna marry them. Like I don't understand this at all. But these are women's choices that are affecting men.
Let me be clear about that, Chicana Corners. If a woman gets pregnant, is it wrong for her to keep that child?
Yes, if she's not married and if she's not no,
Wow.
if she doesn't have the means to raise it properly with the same amount of money that obviously you got when you were being raised, then no, that she shouldn't be having that child. No, it is her problem. It is her fault, and she shouldn't put it on the man at all.
Yeah,
That's
there's
just that's
this
I have a
is
very
my
strong opinion about it.
this is my thing. Let's talk about the that process right there, and I want to also touch on the point maybe for it. But like our decision, right, as men, if we don't want to have children, starts with contraception. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So that's where it starts, but then that's also where it ends, right? Now, the woman now, right? She also has contraception, which is birth control, right? So she gets some options beforehand, and then after let's just say you're on birth control, contraception didn't work. She also has the ability to abort, right?
Right.
Right.
Yep, for
And
free over here in California.
at that point, for us as men, we have no say in the matter. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, so
Because you guys have no say in the matter, shouldn't it be our responsibility?
No.
that's kind of what I was leaning on at that point. So at that point now, this now you have that conversation. Like, okay, what does this situation look like? Are we staying together? Are we co-parenting, whatnot? And then if the guy is telling you, like, look, man, I don't want nothing to do with this kid, you know.
Yeah, he's being
He's
honest. He's
telling,
being
yeah,
fair to himself.
yeah,
Being,
he's giving you a fair forewarning of what you
no,
know
he's
what.
not. He's giving you a very late, last minute fair warning.
It-
I mean,
Being honest would have been wearing condom.
no,
I agree with
being
you.
responsible is wearing a condom. Being honest
Yeah,
is telling the woman, I don't want to have a kid.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
ready for a kid.
yeah. You do that too, but your actions have to back up your statements too.
It's But come on, people are gonna
I,
have sex without protection. We
And
know
here
people are
is the problem,
irresponsible.
and this is exactly where the
But then
problem
that's the problem
lies.
we have to solve then. But women are
Correct.
doing it too. The women are the only ones that make the
yeah, so
responsible
yeah,
choice, the
it's not one
decision.
sided. Yeah, so
But
unless you you're
here's
down
where
against the
here's where the
world.
rubber meets the road, guys and gals. Um, these women that shoot to Chicana Corner's point and Melissa's point. Let's just call her Melissa. To Melissa's point, they're keeping the children in suboptimal situations where they're not thriving. It's going to be very tough to raise that child economically, and the mother knows that going in.
Yeah.
So
If she doesn't care enough. My cousins have like 5, 6, 7 kids, and they're not. None of them are married. It's crazy. Why are they having these kids? What makes them think it's okay? I don't know. But it's got to be because society is saying it's okay. We're gonna give them money for this kid or whatever. I don't know how they do it. Honestly, I don't know how they do it. But they
It's
do.
just they get cash assistance, they get SNAP benefits, you know, and then the guy gets put on child support automatically, you know, so and if he refuses to
Don't they get their
pay,
license taken away if they don't pay it? There's a lot of
they can
like
get their
things that happen
license
to the
taken
man.
away, they can get their wages garnished, their bank accounts garnished.
do you guys
So
think that that's fair?
Absolutely unfair.
Oh, it's unfair.
It's for men to have their wages like that taken when they said to the woman that they could not support it. When they told the woman that they didn't want it, they weren't ready, and then
yeah, like he
this is
worked
what
at the
happens.
Home Depot. Yeah, bro worked at the Home Depot and he rents a room for $700 a month. Right? And
No.
he's making $18 an hour, working 35 hours a week.
And some of
He's
these
not ready.
kids. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, he's not ready for that responsibility. I've seen dudes. They go to work and they come. They get their check and they're getting ready to pay their rent and only have the $17 left and they're back like, what the hell is this?
I don't know. I hear you, but I'd love to see receipts. But I said on one of my banners, I said the plight of these movements, men rights movements, are really coming from sexually irresponsible men.
But then if you look at a lot of these movements, they're telling men to be more responsible. They're telling them to work on themselves before they,
To have big
start.
discipline.
Oh, so just like Fresh and Fit, like you mentioned, every guy should sleep with 50 women. That's what he said.
I don't like that guy either.
I don't like Fresh or Fit. I don't watch these guys. I'm saying, but if you look at their content before they tell you to do that, they tell you to get your money up and get your finish in order,
Yeah,
which
and
is the thing that do.
Kevin Samuels preached dick discipline, so
Yeah, I'm more on the Kevin Samuels side of things because if you look at Kevin Samuels, he would roast men the same way he roast women. They just never shown that side of them. He's like if he would tell you if you make a minimum wage, you shouldn't be worried about women. You should be working 100 hours a week.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah,
So you get your life together. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. Kevin
So
Samuels was wise.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot of stuff. I mean, to dig up, Femi would know better. But I think Kevin Samuels, he was like what, twice divorced? Was that
Yeah,
correct?
Yeah, and
he
he takes
divorced her.
responsibility for it too. He took responsibility. He said he was never not talk any mess about his wives, and he was fully responsible. And he preached that too.
Um,
I love Kevin Samuels. He taught me a lot. He taught me a lot about women's
Even if
mentality.
sometimes like we could learn from you as somebody that got divorced, right? You
mm-mm.
had to marry that didn't
I
work
can't.
out, right?
Yeah, I tell people on this panel. I mean, this channel. I'm like, I can't teach you anything about a good marriage. I was unsuccessful at mine, but I
But
can.
I'm sure you learned some things in the process that could be beneficial. Like, you know what, these are the reasons why we got divorced, why it didn't work out, right?
Right.
These are some things I need to work on as a man. Would you
Absolutely.
agree with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Um, but let me see what I was gonna say. But yeah, I preach. I try to preach about sexual responsibility on the guy. Um, I don't like this idea of this. Well, you're pregnant. I don't want to be a father. You have got to make sacrifices, and it's highly irresponsible, like to be finishing in a woman, and you don't plan to. You're unsure about this being the person for you. I understand, like to Melissa's point, emotions run high. There's passion going on and all this other stuff, but it's like at some point in life and in events, you are making choices,
I
and you
agree.
can't woe is me, don't cry for me, Argentina, at the last minute when life turned out. It's really about life turning out in a way that you now are regretting.
Don't you think she's also making choices though? Like
Yeah.
she's
Yeah, yeah,
allowing
yeah, yeah, yeah. And
allowing
let's be clear.
grown
Let's focus on
Tyrone inside of the walls.
let's focus on that stoic.
She,
The woman
she
who
Well,
keeps
knows he working at Home Depot. She knows he working at the Home
so,
Depot.
so the woman who keeps the kid from the guy who doesn't want to be part in the kid's life, which would
and
have
he
been.
still has to pay for it.
Yes, let's be clear. Let's address some things. Most men, I think, are not paying their child support. It's
Well,
not
most men probably can't.
right. So to that point, those women are not really living a luxurious lifestyle. They're living a struggle life.
Yeah, and that was their choice.
Yeah, it was. And they're
But
and they're and they and are they taking to social media and
yes,
complaining?
yes, they
I'm not
are.
seeing
Yeah,
it. I'm not seeing it.
yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Everybody feels sorry for these women. Everyone, nobody feels sorry for these men.
Yeah, that's
Let
the
me think
point.
about
Is
that.
that people? Yeah, I you see it all the time, man. My broke baby daddy, he ain't shit. Da da da. Come on, man. Yeah,
No, 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 no,
those
no. No, like let's talk about two things. The problem with the fact to Melissa's point about nobody cares about these men is because of the movement it comes from. If this was coming from a honest to goodness, hey, you know what? Let's have an honest conversation. We love our kids. We love the mother of our kids. Like
Oh, come
we
on. We can't dictate where it's coming from. They're upset
no
because
no 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 no
of
no
the Okay, go ahead.
no seriously, because like Stoic brought up a similar point too. He was like, look at people like Fresh and Fit. They're doing so much good for these young men. And da, da, da.
I
But
didn't say that. I didn't say
but
that.
uh, but the thing
You
is,
know, I said
I
that.
and I got
Don't
and
let
I got into it with Obsidian on one of these posts on Instagram. He tried to school me about the manosphere, and do you know who I am? And we do the manosphere is, and we do so much good. And I was like, dude, let's talk about how you were one of three founders of the manosphere. Nobody even the other two don't even fuck with you. They talk shit about you. The problem is the things like the manosphere. They have a manosphere conclave. He was trying to sell me on that shit, which I already knew about, and yeah, that's a great idea. But the problem is we have a great idea coming from the wrong people. Someone else should be doing
that's
the
but I,
conclave, not the
that was
manosphere.
you missed my point because I never said they did great things. I said that there are two factors or two variables of to what they teach that are actually beneficial to men, and then
Mhm.
most of it is bullshit. But the only reason why men are still following them is because they don't have the male role models to teach them to teach them these things. So that they're gonna take in the bullshit along with the good advice because these are the male role models that are there, right? And then the reason why Fresh and Fit I use them specifically as an example because I think they're trash and they're terrible for the community, right?
Yeah, I
But
don't like them either.
the reason why they're gonna have so much clout is because they're filling a gap, and it is a real issue there. That these men are having, these young men, generally like Generation Z and younger. You know what I mean?
So let me ask you. So I think we all agree that like these people who are successful at social media, they're filling a gap. We agree on
Yeah,
that.
Yeah.
We agree on that. I don't think it's always for a good thing. And I think we agree on that too, is that these people are often grifters. They're filling a gap because people are entertained.
there's a need.
There's a need that these guys look right like me, right? I live in Southeast Asia, right? I do relocation services. So I help people get jobs teaching English. I also help people get jobs in sales as like an SDR in tech sales, so they can work remotely and live overseas, right? And there's like a commonality that I'm noticing with a lot of these guys. That a lot of the reasons why they want to come over here is because they're having lack of success in the dating arena, and they think that coming overseas is what's gonna help them. So they're not even
Aw.
motivated by the culture or experiencing new things. You know,
Mm.
these guys are motivated by pussy. So it's like it's on one end I think I understand it, but then it's like I've dated in America, I've dated overseas, and I'd say largely women overseas are not that much different outside of certain cultural things. The biggest thing you might have differently overseas is that the cost of living is lower. So if you make 40, 50 grand over here, you're in the upper middle class. So you would be what it's like to live in New York and make 300,000, 200,000. You know what I mean? So like
Yeah.
what you can provide a woman or a family is on par with the guy who's making 300K in New York City, right? So you could have that nuclear setting and you could feel like a man or whatnot, right? But that's just more of a financial thing. Arbitrage, like zero arbitrage, whatever, right? But what these women desire are fairly similar, right? The only nuance to that is that there is like these feminist narratives that are kind of pulling people apart in the West. You know what I mean?
Like
That are
what?
kind of like the whole like down with the patriarchy thing. Like
Hmm.
like this country, like America is run on patriarchy. Your services, your roads, all that are built by men. So to make it seem like we're oppressing women when the system that they're living in is being upheld by men that make their life comfortable. But where the problem is, it just seems disingenuous.
Yeah, I think we kind of like create a hodgepodge with these conversations. Like, first and foremost, the roads were created by people who were employed by jobs. It wasn't created by people who would be on podcasts trying to shit
Who's
on women.
taking these jobs?
Um,
If these men can do it though more than we can. I've seen some. Like, I've watched one of these podcasts where this guy was doing like all this work, and I'm like, dude, women could not do that. We would not do that.
I think what people get emotionally charged with is that, like, first and foremost, I think the patriarchy is what's defending some of this Jeffrey Epstein stuff. It's moving on from the point. Um, I think when they say they want to deconstruct the patriarchy, they're trying to they're analyzing the patriarchy and saying that there are things that, like, some of the conversations that we're talking about, the manosphere that's filling a need. It's filling a need, and we talk about this on this platform. The patriarchy, the manosphere is are the runts of the litter. The people who failed patriarchy, people who did not live up to the standard. They don't know where to go. They're looking for direction, and they're coming right back into the alligator's mouth. Like,
Yeah, you're
they're
right.
getting hurt
These
twice.
are the, these are the guys that are not fitting the bill. I don't disagree with you, but there are also guys that are working, you know, 12 hours a day, doing doing what needs to be done to take care of their family,
They're
and
doing what it
then
takes to survive, in most cases. These lonely men, because that's what we're talking about.
Now I'm talking about like married men,
Okay, yeah,
men in households where they have children and
yeah.
they have wives and
I I,
they're
I
working
think I think the
blue
conversation, and
collar jobs.
the way I try to advocate for it, Stoic, is I say let's create some additional options. If you want to be patriarchal, as I said it early on the stream, go ahead and do it. My dad was, by definition, he was a patriarch, but he wasn't a misogynistic patriarch. He just happened to, he was a doctor who made a ton of money. But the average dude, the average guy in the States, or even the average black man, doesn't make enough money to. I know what kind of money it takes to live that lifestyle. And that was in the 1980s all the way to now. He's not really raising kids anymore. His kids are like 30 and 40 plus years old. But I'm saying, to be creating a kid in 2026 to be able to do the same thing that he did, you can't do it on 50, 80,000 as a patriarch. And what I'm saying is, men need more options. Society needs to stop trying to poo-poo things like boss babes. When they try to empower women to be boss babes, they're not saying you ain't shit if you ain't a boss babe. And so I think a lot of these men, they're upset at anything that's they're upset that that the patriarch man is less desirable today. And that's just the facts.
I think you're right on certain points, but I don't think it's necessarily a financial thing when it comes to dealing with these women that you're talking like it's how they treat these men that they don't like.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
black women love them
You can
some
you
black
can make
men.
you can make more money. That's not a problem. I don't mind that. But if you treat me like you don't treat me like a man, then you're gonna have
Yeah.
you're gonna have
What kind of black men do they like? Because honestly, it doesn't sound like it is. And I'm not a black woman, so I can't say anything on that. But I don't know. What do you think, Stoic?
I mean,
What does?
historically, black women do lean towards black men. Like if you look at like the data, they do lean. They prefer black men. That's the reality of it. A lot of them have been swirling lately and trying new waters. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, to be honest, right? But yeah, they do. It's the friction is like for example, I was watching this documentary, right? It was based in the late '80s, like early '90s, and they were just talking to these women that were single mothers or whatever, right? And they were basically saying they were asking, and the interviewers were asking them questions like a group of women. Like, do you guys think you guys need a man in the household? And they all said no. And then they asked him why. He's like, well, my mom, we grew up without a man in the household, and my mom was able to raise us. But they were still attracted to these black men, right? So they're like, a lot of times in these situations, these women are choosing dudes that can't provide or whatever. They're attracted to them. They're having children by them, but then they're not working with these men to raise these children. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. So they're not really giving like what they need. Because men, okay, men don't need to be reminded what it means to be a man, but women, we kind of do. We're not raised to be like ladies. We're raised to be, like you said, boss babes, and so
Yeah, that's the feminist agenda. They're trying to and then like you look, birth rates are declining heavily. You know what I mean? And like to your earlier point, brother, you were saying, what you said something about like, oh, people are not having children. It's like, yeah, it's fucking expensive, bro. Like,
yeah,
and then they've seen their parents, you know, they've seen the conditions that they grew up in, and they don't want to go through that. You know what I mean? And then people are traveling now and they're seeing other opportunities overseas. So they're kind of pumping the brakes. Like my sister, she's in her late 20s and she's not really thinking about kids right now. She's thinking about getting her education. You know what I mean? She's in school. She works at a hospital. She makes like 65, 70 grand a year, and like only thing she's thinking about right now is increasing her income. You know what I mean?
Um, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things to be said, Melissa, but I think the weird thing about what men are going through, and I've kind of tried to say it on this platform, is there are men of different races. I think particularly white and black, and this lonely male crisis really being at the front and center. And those communities of men, there's not a lot of overlap. There are some overlaps, but there's a lot of way different factors going on in those communities. But they both of those, all those men are just kind of coalescing to this one band, one sound. Like black men, I I I I know there's a common thread of like all these men are feeling an economic crunch, specifically the ones who are maybe undereducated, unemployed,
Even the ones that
underemployed.
are educated, even the ones that are educated, like 70K now is not the same 70K was like 10 years
Correct.
ago. Right?
Correct. Now, what we have to piggyback that with is the why is that the case? Is it feminism?
No, that's
It's
not feminine.
capitalism.
It's
Okay.
capitalism.
So that's what one of the reasons why Zed and I are in this space is like this, and these people are in this space is like this lonely male crisis is coming. This manosphere is coming from a fraudulent point of view that has nothing really to do about. You might have your grievances about feminism, but a lot of your talking points are not feminism based. They're economic based. They're capitalistic based.
Yeah, but just because the economics change, it doesn't mean that you have to treat the man like he's not worthy.
Like
You know what I mean?
Andrew Tate,
That's,
whatever
that's,
grievances he
that's the
has
point.
with women has nothing to do with the reason why the every dude has a grievance with women. It
No, like let's say I make 70 grand a year, and then the woman makes 100 grand a year. This is
uh-huh.
it. Like, is she not? Does she not treat him like a man? Does she not? You know, like the it's not the money that I'm seeing men complaining. They're more complaining about, uh, you know, the normal dynamics that they expect from men to women.
Mhm.
They're not having those normal dynamics. You know what I mean? And
Well, well
they're,
then,
they're
well,
yeah.
that's a good point. Like, what I want to say to that is like, I'm trying to find the analogy. I'm really terrible at analogies, but like, if you don't get into college, the college of your dreams, do you take
Mm.
the podcast and start screaming about the at the colleges that didn't let you in, or do you just accept life and move on and get into the college that you can get in?
Um. So you have no choice. If you want to succeed, it doesn't really matter what college you go to, right? So it's more focus. You should focus more on the goals that you want to achieve or whatnot, right?
Yeah, so it's like it's a terrible analogy that I made, but I'm just saying like these guys. I've said it many times on the stream. Is like the guys who are looking for that type of treatment that you're talking about. They have options. They can go overseas and be quiet about it. They can not triangulate people for content and super chats. They
I mean,
can.
they can do it right in America. They don't.
Well,
It is
I was
just
gonna get to that. I was gonna get to that. They could do it straight in America because, like I said, it's hysterical that we're talking about a black community that is the least married, and you're talking about you're struggling with options. It's it's
yeah,
kind of
but
funny.
what I'm saying though, right? And this is where the feminism is that treatment that they're getting is stemming from feminism. And our capitalism has a part in it because the reason why these women think they can talk crazy and deal with men crazy is because they got money. You know
Hmm.
what I'm saying? But in reality, if they were taught a different ideology, you know what I mean? If they were raised in two-parent households, and like in my household I grew up in, both my parents earned income. You know what I mean? There wasn't like one parent staying at home or not. Both my parents earned income, but I seen my mom treat my stepfather like a man. You know what I'm saying? So I
Hmm.
have like the same expectation. You know what I mean? No
Can we
matter
go
what
over
the
that because that's kind of hard for me to understand what that means because I only grew up in a single parent household, but when my dad was here, my it was completely dysfunctional. So can you explain like just what it means to treat a man with respect, please? For just
I mean, it's like from my perspective, it's not about just telling a woman what to do. So I don't think the world works like that. Everybody has their own thoughts. So you have to be open. You have to have open discourse. You got to be able to communicate with each other. You know what I mean. But like just simple things, like you don't have to be screaming. It doesn't have to be a fighting match. You don't have to be screaming over this. Like you can make your point and we can discuss it. And if you're not seeing eye to eye, you could like, all right, let's just save it for a later time where we both have or have cooler heads or something like that. For example, like that, or you don't have to say disparaging things. You don't have to like.
yeah,
So a lot of it is like when they start saying things that attack their manhood and stuff. Go for the jugular. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So just being respectful and you know, or just knowing your partner well enough. Like, all right, he needs some space. Let me give him some space so he can do what he does, and not villainize him for working, or what I mean, stuff like that, or
yeah.
cooking, you know, providing love, and not just like sexually, but like just like showing love in ways that men make men feel loved. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like it doesn't. I think they villainize the patriarchy, but like my view on patriarchy is it's a pretty when both people are playing their roles and they live in unison and they're happy to play their roles, it works quite well. It doesn't work well when your significant other is competing with you instead of working with you. And I think that's what we see a lot of times, like these women are competing with their significant other, and they're not actually trying to build something with
I mean, I think that um, the opportunities that you explain that men are looking for, the men they exist. They're being squandered, and they're gonna exist, but probably not with the woman that they want because and I don't think that the woman is necessarily competing. Yes, that does exist in some cases, but I think more than anything, people are trying to thrive in this and survive in this environment, and you can't you can't get mad at the woman or the guy who wants a certain type of lifestyle or wants a certain type of you know reality for their families or
it.
just
Yeah, but
themselves.
if what you want is irrational, right? There's this calculator, like a female irrationality calculator. You know what I mean? And I don't think all women are like. I think most women are not like this, not all actuality. But so that even I think this point is skewed in the manosphere. But some of these women are irrational. Like they want they want a guy that makes like three
A
hundred
lot of
thousand
women.
dollars.
Yeah. A
Yeah,
lot of women
like
are
you know what I
irrational.
mean.
A
He
lot
got
of
to be
women are.
6 feet, and he has to have a 10-inch schlong, and you know what I mean. It's
Oh, come on.
like
A lot of women are irrational, dude.
I know it sounds crazy, but this is
I think that have you I think that men there's truth to what you're saying, but I think that what's happening is that men are listening to the woes of other men and they're thinking that this is all the only opportunity for them. Every woman I tell people on this podcast all the time, any woman that you think is that you could possibly want, specifically in the black community, she exists and she's single and
Probably, yeah.
and she's struggling to find a guy to commit. I
Yeah.
mean, so if you so that was one
why
of the things that
why
brought
is
me
she struggling? Why is she struggling? Does she want him? That's the better question.
There you
Does she
go.
want him?
does
Who
she
doesn't?
no, but she wants someone. But and what I'm trying to say is like
If she wants
women, in my
someone,
opinion.
she's struggling with Pookie and Ray Ray. So
No,
that's
no,
what
no,
she
no, no, no,
attracted.
no, no. Like I think Pookie and Ray Ray is a chupacabra of the black community. Like it exists, but not to the impact that people think it does. Like the Pookie and Ray Ray is now like Pookie and Ray Ray, Tyrone and Chad are now the scapegoat when it's
Chad,
really just
Chad is the white
irresponsible men,
King Ray Ray.
huh?
Chad is the white Tyrone, basically.
Well, I'm saying like women,
If you
men,
look
men
at
are.
the there's some data, some statistics going around where they said that on dating apps, right,
Mm,
like 90% of women are going after the same top 10% guys, and then most of the guys are getting zero likes and matches. Majority of men on these dating apps are getting zero likes and matches, and then
okay.
the ones that are getting some play, um, they'll get matches, but they're not communicating, and most of the women are going after the same top 10% of dudes. You know?
I think
And
we've
then
got
those
to.
top 10% of dudes, because they get so much attention, they're less likely to want to settle down. And then the chick, there'll be a chick that they'll smash, right? And in her mind, okay, this is the bar now because this top tier guy is fucking me or whatever. But it doesn't mean he would actually settle down with her. So that she's overlooking maybe the guy who's shorter or a little chubbier, or you know what I mean, like he might not have the same physical attributions or maybe the money, but he would really love the hell out of her, and so move mountains, travel across galaxies for the film. But she's after the chat, right?
Let me read what the. I'm asking ChatGPT in real time about this tap. I said on dating app statistics, there's a theory that only the top 10% of men are getting swiped on. He says it says yes. There's a widely discussed idea in online dating that a relatively small percentage of men receive a disproportionate large share of attention from women on dating apps, but the top 10% claim is usually an oversimplification of several different findings. What the data tends to show is women on average swipe right on a smaller percentage of men than men swipe on women. That makes sense. Let's be clear, this because the guys are just like aimlessly swiping,
Poor
trying,
things.
trying to get sex. They're not doing it the right way.
No, it's not just because of sex though. It's not necessarily just because they want to have sex with them. I mean, obviously
They
that's
just got to
a
match with
factor.
anybody.
Like
Yeah, they trying to match
we've had men come on these panels and say men don't even really want to date; they just want to fuck.
Oh, well,
But
they should put that in their
and
profile.
then, no, they won't. There's apps for that. There are friends with benefits apps. They can.
Yeah, there are.
Um.
in Ireland, right? The found
s-
I don't know. I don't think there's that many bad men in the world. I think that we overdo that. I think that every man has, but I think there's way more women that are crazy and delusional than there are men that are like on those
Yeah, I
dating apps
think
that are.
most men, I think women, like I think men for the most part take what they can get, right? Women have way more options in the dating marketplace when it comes to men. You could be broke working at McDonald's, but if you got that little thing on behind you, you know what I mean? You got a little cute face. That's all it takes.
Yeah, we could be at a bus stop.
Yeah.
That's
let
what
me.
my friend used to say all the time.
What about the bus stop?
No, you can pick that women at bus stops like they can get picked up on, like by it, like
Yeah, I've never seen a man. I've never seen a woman pull up to a dude at
hell
a bus
no.
stop. Hey,
But yeah,
hey,
I used to
bro,
take
you
the bus a
need a
lot.
ride? Like,
I mean, yeah, sure. I'll agree with that, but like there are women who do shoot their shot at guys.
that's rare though. Generally speaking, you gotta shoot your shot at them.
I
You know
don't
what I'm
think
saying?
even
And that's why when you were saying that you don't like cold approach, I'm like, yeah, bro, you gotta get up out here, man. That's
I tell people all the time
I got rejected yesterday.
I,
But it's
I don't talk to women in public. I don't approach women in public. Dating apps has made it so easy. You don't even have to talk to women in public. Literally, you can just go on the apps. It's like LinkedIn. You could just create your
But
own
you're not
dating.
gonna find the woman that you're supposed to be with on dating apps. Just like I mean, I went on dating apps and that shit was stupid.
But you're also living a different experience. I'm a guy. I'm a guy
Yeah.
in a market that
Well,
doesn't.
we're trying to force relationships with people we're really not supposed to be with. But these are people that are, we're not gonna have chemistry with somebody like online.
Yes, you
You can't,
can.
not if you meet them online, like the dating app. But
Yes, you can.
okay, you probably can. But I honestly, I've had experience, and I don't. I think it's bullshit. I think that's what it was. Waste of money. I wasted a lot of money on dating apps.
My opinion is women and men. Women and men. I'm not saying that you didn't. I'm saying like women and men have different experiences on dating apps. Like I've heard from women that I've dated, and they said like they say I might have had 2,000 men in my inbox, but I know that like 99% of them are just here for sexual
Yeah,
reasons.
yeah. I couldn't
Now,
consider like most of them.
for us, we know we're going out there and we're like, yo, we probably know at an 80-90% clip, depending on what your taste of women is, you have women that are relationship monogamous, relationship seeking, marriage seeking.
Yeah, exactly.
So
That's what we're doing on there.
it's different. So like
It is different.
I'm trying to say like dating online, especially for my experience in terms of the guy, it's no different than having a LinkedIn. It's like you can it's no less weird. You meet the person in real life and it's just it's a real
I don't
person.
think there's anything wrong with dating online. I prefer to date online. I'm saying that.
I couldn't find anyone online, so I'm against
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm saying that at this point, I'm just gonna start shooting my shot on the block, man. Because
it's it's just like forced chemistry to me.
Well,
yeah,
I
like I
I
might
think
you better off going to like a meet and greet or one of these like mixers or something and meeting people in person.
I think that's good too, but it's like the thing that people get mixed up, I think, is that the online dating is just online connecting. After that, it's real life dating.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Like
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. But
oh,
sometimes it's like if she has mad dudes in her inbox, she might have like an inflated ego where half those guys are just trying to smash. Where
Yeah.
somebody like me, I'm actually looking for a girlfriend, you know. So it's like
they got things
maybe
like
I don't know.
that. They well, here's the thing, is like I hear what you're saying, but like dating is a very weird thing. There's no guarantees. There's different levels of desirability and all that kind of other kind of stuff. And what the manosphere, in my opinion, is doing, it's weaponizing that and then saying it's trying to prey on men who might not
I
be.
think this is where the manosphere is actually good. Is like because like you guys got to increase your desirability. You can't blame the woman if you're fucking 300 pounds and you work at like Home Depot. Like you might not want that. And if you looking for a chick that looks like J looks like you're delusional. You know what I'm saying? So maybe lose some weight. You know,
Mm,
get into that college course that you were thinking about getting. Or pick up a skill. Maybe do some blue collar work. Get your life together. And then as you step up, your value, you could start really dating the woman that you want to date.
you know what the manosphere is to me? I drive an EV, but back in the days when I used to drive gas, it would always irk me when people would drive past um a smorgasbord of gas stations just to go to a Costco to save 10 or 15 cents per gallon. That's what modern men are really doing. There are plenty of women that they could date,
Aw, that's a good
to
analogy.
talk to, and they're chasing after this like unicorn of a woman, this top this the woman of their dreams.
Yeah,
Whether
but
she might be
come on.
online, she might not even be approachable. She might be online, like in a different city because she's an influencer, or she's just because we for social media we can see the girl over in Killeen, Texas. We're not going over there, but we see
But
her.
you're being kind of hypocritical because you're saying that before you like you think it's okay for women to have like their preferences. So what if he like me personally, right? Like I've dated all types of women. But my mom was always asking like, how can you never bring like a black woman home? And it's like it's not that it's not that I'm not attracted to black women. For one, I live in Asia, so the likelihood that I love. But then even when I'm in America or I'm in an area where there's more black people, there's a certain type of like like physical feature that I like, and then I
Mm.
might not encounter that. So I have a preference. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm not gonna change my preference.
And have your preferences. I'm saying when it gets to the point where you're taking to social media and airing your grievances, it's gone too far. It's gone too far.
Oh
Like,
yeah, I mean yeah, that I agree with. But at the same time though, if there's enough people doing that, there has to be some type of ground in these issues because like why are all these guys having the same problem? 'Cause I'm having a conversation with somebody, one of my clients, and like he just talks about how women in America, this, that, and the third. And I'm looking at him like, bro, you dress like Jiminy Cricket. You're the only person I've ever met that got FUBU sneakers. You know what I'm saying? Like you barely talk. You know what I'm saying? Like you're not fun to be around, bro.
Exactly.
like, you know, like I see why they not fucking with you, man. Like
That's the thing. Like when as a guy, you are taught, hey, women only want 6 feet men. They only want the jocks. They only want the cool kids. They only want the guys with money. You know what? A guy who can think for himself, who's got his own, who can make women laugh, who can just make people laugh, who can make people feel comfortable, who can make people not feel judged, who can just people don't understand like what your unique experience can really be appreciated because they're listening to other men.
I agree with that 100%. But what I'm saying is that these are the men that you're talking about. I encounter them all the time.
The Ebenezer Scrooge.
Yeah, like this dude's rather pay for box. Like, and I try to explain to him, like, you don't really need to. You could, but like, there are plenty of women that would date you out here, and then your awkwardness can actually work to it. Like your awkwardness would be less of an issue because they don't even speak your language anyway. So it's like
that's true.
Right.
That's true.
This is what I want to say to Stoic, because these modern men say, these women in the West, I can't date them. They're just, I can't find a wife. They're unbearable. Every guy, and I want to say this on this stream, every guy has a sister, an aunt, specifically a mother, that if they wanted to, could hook them up with a date right now in real time in a New York minute. And that's what I'm saying. Like these modern men saying, I can't find a wife, I can't find a girlfriend. That's bullshit. You got plenty of, if you went and talked to your mom, if you went to your church, there is someone that would easily, a friend of your mom's, could easily hook you up with a date.
You guys want easy access to box, man. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I said that about 15 minutes ago. These dudes don't want to date. That's all I said that. So so Melissa, this is what we're dealing with. These men, there's so many different voices coming from this. It's kind of like the Ghostbusters thing where they store all the ghosts. There's so many different types of ghosts coming from this manosphere. There's dudes who are misogynistic. There's dudes who are patriarchal. There's dudes who just want to fuck on the first date. There's dudes who are tired, who can't afford to live in the States, and that's fine. There's all valid grievances, but I'm saying it's not coming from one specific person. It's coming from a collage of different disgruntled men. It's coming from the undesirable men too.
But the women that they're dealing with are all the same though. Yeah, it could be. It's coming from everyone basically, but they're all complaining about one thing: the woman, right? So that has to be the common factor.
I think these men are broke, and that's the common factor. In a lot of cases, they're broke.
We're not inspiring men.
This guy is not necessarily broke. He's just socially inept, So it's like, yeah. I'm looking at it. He's talking about like
send him my way, man. Send him my way.
You don't want
the socially inept ones are the best ones.
I'll introduce you to them.
Especially with me.
Yeah. So like, a lot of toxic things coming out of the manosphere, or just this red pill stuff, is they're encouraging men to age gap and date 20-year-olds, and it's like, yeah,
that one's different. Yeah,
I get they're trying to work on themselves to get women, but it's like,
how old? All right, like what age gap is too big for you? Like in your
I'm kind of a different breed. I like more age appropriate women my age or older. I tell people like I would love to go on a date with Tracy Ellis Ross if I was single. She's 50, probably 54, and I'm 43. But
you're wilding. Me, like I'm trying to procreate. So like if I'm looking for a woman,
me too.
Procreate age is definitely going to be under 35, right?
Yeah, but I think the problem that is coming from the manosphere is they try to teach men that like dating your age is too old. So like me as a 43-year-old man, they look at me weird and say, why are you trying to date a woman who's 40? Why are you trying to date a woman who's 38? Why not date
it depends where you like, let's just say, right? Let's just say I got 3 kids. I'm divorced, and my kids are in college.
Right.
I'm probably gonna be a little bit more lax with that. Right now, I'm in my early to mid 30s, and my dating range tends to be in the mid 20s, like maybe late 20s, like 27 is cool, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
My last girlfriend was 27. Um, if you start dipping into 20, 21, 18, 19, that option is there, but it's not like really like my main probably like 23, 24 kind of thing, because I'm looking for women that maybe not necessarily ready to have children, but they're in a couple of years they'll be fit, or they'd be good to have children, so we can
Yeah.
kind of develop that relationship.
Yeah.
But I don't want to go too late, like 33 or something, where they're getting pretty close to that geriatric pregnancy age. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
a couple other men to put into the picture of the manosphere is baby daddies, ex felons, the men who are
Uh-oh.
the
But we
men
can't
who
go with the ex-fellows because we know people get arrested first, especially people in the Black community. They get arrested more often because they're
that's
I
over police
wrong, man.
that's
community.
true. That's
Pookie.
true, but that's true.
Why they doing
Um,
Pookie?
that's true. I'll add another one. It is, I think what Stoic was saying is the guys who are like staunch age gap dating dudes, who are the sugar daddies or whatever the heck. But
Okay, so we're talking like 50-year-old men dating like teenage women, like 19-year-olds,
um
60-year
but
old men.
the other big piece to what Stoic is saying is that I try to preach on this podcast, this channel is these men should have these men who are trying to age gap, what they're trying to do now, they should have done as a younger age. I'm not saying they're wrong for doing it now. I'm saying they should have done it earlier. There's nothing wrong with what you wanted to date the 20-year-old smoke show. Why didn't you do it when you were 20?
Because they didn't have money to date her when they were 20.
No, but you didn't have to. You could have each. I got married at 24.
Oh.
Like,
She was
Well,
dating
you
the
and I
30-year-old.
Yeah,
When,
exactly.
when when she was 20, she wasn't interested in you. You was a broke college
I was
student.
20. I was dating a 35-year-old. I was for 15 years. I
Yeah.
was with him.
but here's the thing: if you
The bro got the Range Rover.
if you couldn't date a
You
certain
got a
woman,
house.
if
You
you
got your
needed
mama's crib.
if you needed Stoic, if you needed 15 or 20 years or 10 years of a gap to be able to date the woman that you actually wanted, does any spidey sense start to spring up and you start to say, is her intentions really genuine?
No, I think it depends on the culture. But I think because I
I was
think
genuine.
women, yeah, I think women do like older men. Not all women, and they might like there might be like a cap. Like I don't like if she's 20 and you're 65, she's probably not with you because
Yeah, she's in love with chemistry.
there's no chemistry. She's looking at pensions and
Right.
401ks. But
Right.
if she's 25 and you're 35, that's like an appropriate age gap. You might just be at an age where you're responsible. Maybe people her age are on some fuckboy time and like, oh, this guy's ready to settle down. You know what I mean? And you're still attractive. You take care of your body. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, and
so,
I agree with that. But what I'm also saying too is, and I try to preach on this podcast is like I try to tell men don't wait to the last minute because you're taking the barrier of getting married was easier when you were younger because all the criteria was only love really and being a loyal boyfriend, just being a monogamous boyfriend. You were married. You're still doing that here if you're 30 and 40. If you're in a relationship for a year, the woman's trying to get you. She's trying to get married. She's trying to have kids. Like, but what I'm trying to say is like these men are taking a lot for granted. They're chasing a career that might not never materialize. Their health may decline.
It sounds like a woman, though. That sounds like women right now. They're the ones that are chasing the job that, and they're trying to get the money.
yeah,
That sounds like how women are.
Exactly.
We're the ones that are squandering our youth.
But I think
early as possible, man. My first like long term relationship, I was like 16 when I started.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? We was together damn near a decade. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's nice.
I wasn't trying to. Yeah, I was trying to lock in early, man. I was a lover boy, man.
Yeah,
What happened?
Oh, I mean, a lot of things happened, but it just the easiest way to put it just didn't work
But
out.
was it your choice or was it hers?
If I'm honest with myself, she wanted to be with me. I just wasn't like
Ready.
where I
Oh,
needed
okay.
to be. Yeah,
Uh,
I wasn't where I needed to be as a man, and
there you
it took
go.
me a while to kind of like there was bitterness, but now as I get older, I look back like you know what, I wasn't really ready for all that. You know what I mean? And it's just that
Yeah.
we fell in love with each other when we were young, but really like I needed to work on myself. Still need to work on myself. You know what I'm saying? But now I kind of understand it from a better perspective as an older man. It's like okay, I need to get these things in line so when the next time I do find that woman that I want to lock in with like that, I'm gonna just grab it by the horn and just lock in, you know.
The one thing
But
I think about too is the men who have these age gap fetishes. No disrespect, no shaming, no tea, no shade.
no,
What
but
are
I'm
they?
saying be more specific because I think there's a healthy age gap and then there's some age gap that's
Yeah. What I'm saying is like some of these guys are age gapping because the classic one is, well, we don't want women of geriatric pregnancy age. I hear you, but I think a lot of that's bullshit. A lot of these men just want to date a younger woman. They have this fetish of the younger woman is the most beautiful woman, the younger the better. Da, 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 da. But my question to that is like, as that woman ages, because that 25-year-old woman will become a 45-year-old woman at some point. Do you
Yeah.
do you still see her as
yeah,
beautiful?
yeah, of
And
course,
it's
why
just
not? I'm talking
yeah.
about just primarily during that time frame when that she's you know she's at her best, her body's at the best point to have children. You know what I mean? And then
Wait,
by the
what's your
time,
concern though? What was your concern though in that situation? Like if she gets older, like and he stops liking her, he wants another younger woman.
That's where I'm going with this.
I don't know if that's
nah, I
common.
was
Is
it's
that common?
common, but it's common, but I
Damn.
think as long as our relationship is still solid, I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
You understand?
Mike,
I'm just talking more about like if I wanna, like I'm in a space in my life where I wanna probably have a few more children in the next couple years. You know
Oh
what I'm
wow.
saying?
and I hear you, but I go back to like me being a 43-year-old man, no kids, but like I came to the realization, man, you need to really have your kids in your 20s and maybe 30s. So like I get it. Some of these men might be trying to have their first kid at 50, or in this passport bro space, we're seeing a lot of men who are like 50, 60 saying, I'm not done having kids. Yeah, you should be done. You should hang it up. But
Why?
uh
Why?
If they can't
Let's
afford
just say
it.
you're worth if you worth $20 million right now, you got $20 million in assets. You're making like
Yeah.
1.5 million dollars a year off of passively. What's wrong having more children?
I think he's talking about Ben's people like Ben who just had a kid overseas from
Yeah,
marriage.
like Ben, I got
Yeah.
no comment on that because Ben the homie,
how old is he?
and
53, 50, 55, I think.
Okay.
yeah, 55. He got a 30-year-old Thai woman pregnant.
Mm.
She's around 30 something. She's like around my age, right?
He's got three kids
But
already.
yeah, he got
Over
three
here
kids.
by three different baby mamas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
That's who
Okay.
you're talking about, I think. I don't know if that's common, but yeah.
yeah. He's a Gen X
He's a
spooky, I
he's an
guess.
anomaly.
He's an
Yeah. So it's like all these things could have been done earlier in life. To your
But who are you
point,
going to tell a man that a 50-year-old man that he shouldn't have children? You know what I'm saying?
I'm just giving my opinion. I think that there's a point where like yeah, if you are to the guy you said, if you have $20 million, you make whatever. Yeah, I guess. But like, what is there should be a cutoff. Like I don't know, six.
Why? Why? Look, what's his name? Larry King. That guy was having
Ooh.
kids in the 70s.
Oh boy.
He's
Oh
rich.
boy.
He left his kids with a lot of assets when he died, right? So his kids are well taken care of in his afterlife. You know what I mean?
You know what? That's a good point. Like I really now it's got my mind racing. I want there to be a documentary of children from geriatric men, and I want that. I want to hear that story. I want that documentary. Um,
That
I
sounds like a great project.
yeah,
That would be interesting. Yeah, like my dad married my dad and my mom had me when he was 70 and she was 25. But you look at
Are you serious?
no, no, no. My parents are actually the same age,
Okay.
but um, I'm talking about
Yeah, the vision, the
people
dark
like
vision.
Donald Trump.
Okay.
Yeah, Donald
Yeah.
Trump. And, what's her name?
Melania.
Melania. Yeah, Melania Trump. Isn't there like a 30-year age gap or something like that?
Probably.
That guy's
Probably.
that's kind of weird though.
At least 20.
I just have
I'm
a
not.
problem with that
I'm gonna
association
look that
altogether.
up right now.
But yeah, I get what you're saying. People that had money,
Yeah, yeah.
as
So it's kind of
opposed to
like
those who didn't even. That would be a cool
yeah,
documentary.
the guys that have money, right? They're gonna have a lot more options, and then these women are choosing to allow these men to procreate. It's not like they're putting a gun to their head. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
They have a 24-year age gap. He's like 79. She's 54 or something like
Mm.
that.
Yeah, but yeah, they got 24 years. I would 24 years to me is like it's prison sentence. At my age, but for Donald Trump, when did they start? When did they start? How long have they been together? How long have
That's
they
a
been
good point. Let me look that up. At what age? What age did Trump? Let's see. Um, Donald Trump was 52 and she was 28 when they first met.
married? Okay, so yeah, that's the president of your country.
Yeah. Oh wow, she was really young. I'm looking at some pictures.
Okay, guys,
Yeah,
I have to feed the cats. But it was really nice talking to you guys. This was a very fun conversation. I really appreciated
Yeah.
the
Thanks for coming
opportunity.
out.
Bye, guys.
Have a great night.
adios.
Okay. Um. Okay, but yeah, what else do
Me
you?
personally, if I'm 54, I don't know if I'm dating a 20 something year old because I don't know how genuine that is. But um, and I'm looking more for genuine connection right now. But if I can also understand the standpoint, it's like both parties involved in that relationship are getting something out of it.
Yeah.
For him, he's getting that mutual feeling, and for her, maybe she's getting stability and monetary compensation. So like that's their relationship, right? And as long as it works for them, I don't
Right.
think we should judge, how people, what I mean? Like I don't even like I see situations where like they might look at a dude as a beta male and the woman is the alpha and she's running things or whatever in the household. I don't like that's not what I want, but at the same time I'm judging like, as long as it works for you guys, you know what I mean? And like you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
it's
I
a complicated world. I just think that it would be best if we didn't promote these things as gold standards. Like I think there's a trend actually, Stoic, where younger men are starting to date older women. And
how
people,
common is that in comparison
well,
to the other way?
yeah, probably not nearly as common, but like, and I saw a lot of men come out and say, "Why aren't people thinking that's weird?" When men try to do it, they look at it and say it's weird. And it's weird, in my opinion, because dudes, they prop up the 20-year-old, they try to, they prop up the age gap opportunities as the gold standard, and they say, "Oh, it's weird to date your age." Versus women, they're willing to date a younger guy. They might not even be looking for him. Maybe they are, but they're willing to date people their age or older. Versus men, like there's like a lot of, if women were coming onto college campuses saying, "Hey, Sonny, what are you doing? You want to hang out? You
I
want to jump
think
in this car?" It would just be a whole different dynamic if they acted like men.
I think I think the people that have those issues are the older women. You know what I mean? Because they're
Huh?
getting aged out. I think the people that are actually having those issues are the older women that are getting aged out the marketplace because they were used to getting a lot of attention in their youth, and then as they're getting older, they're starting to realize that they're not getting the same attention, and then the younger version of themselves are now kind of picking up that attention. You know what I mean? So a lot of those people that complain about that try to villainize men for dating younger are the older women that are not being dated anymore. And I mean, I don't like me personally. I'm pretty like if it's general dating, I'm not really big on like age. That doesn't bother me so much. But because where I'm at in my life, um, I'm kind of looking for a range, like under 30 kind of thing, as far as like because I am trying to lock in, because I am getting older. And I know let me lock in, find somebody to like have children with. You know what I
How old
mean?
are you?
I'd rather not say, but
All right, no
um,
problem. No judgment.
I was born in the '90s, early '90s. So if you get a ballpark, I'm a millennial.
Yeah, I got a sister who was born in the '90s, so I get it. I was born in
Yeah.
'82. Um,
Okay. So
so
yeah, you're about a decade or so older than me.
yeah,
So
I have a
like
sister.
I'm, I might be in a different place that you are because
Yeah.
maybe yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like you might so like for you, you might be more like, no, she's attractive. I'm not planning on having any kids, you know. And I do find a lot of older women attractive. Like Halle Berry to me is still like the gold standard, or like or what you call it, Denise from the Huxtables.
Hmm.
And like I still think they look very attractive even in their older age. So what was that chick from Girlfriend? She kind of
Oh,
got a wagon. She got a
I was
wagon.
speaking about Tracy Ellis Ross.
Yeah, Chase Ellis Rock got a wagon.
Yeah,
So
very
like,
attractive woman. Like I said, like I would if I was single, I would easily go on a date. Easy. I would be chomping at the bit. Um, but
yeah, I'm definitely trying to put her through the bad streets. I ain't gonna lie. But I would it would only go so far. It'd be like on some FWB thing because like look, like you're 55, you're not having any kids, you know. Like
mm,
so it's only so far this can go based on what I'm trying to attain in my life. So I'm at like the interesting crossroads right now as I'm in my 30s. You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to.
yeah, and I'd say enjoy it. Don't I try and implore men on this channel. Just don't let these social media movements waste your youth. You should be making moments with people that are meaning that matter to you, not trying to like curl up with men and form and air
Yeah,
grievances.
that I actually feel like it's borderline like pause worthy when I think about it. 'Cause, like when I started kind of you know dancing with these spaces, it's probably like 2018. I came off a bad relationship. Um, I went overseas for a bit. This is pre passport bro movement, but I've been going overseas for a little while now. So mainly because I had an online business, getting products from overseas and selling them on like Amazon and eBay and shit, right?
Mm,
But you get that exposure to dating overseas. Came back to New York, started working in New York, and at this point, I just have my head down. I'm not dating. I'm working like 70 hours a week. I'm just trying to stack as much paper as possible, right? So I'm not really, but I'm listening to these guys. The first person I came across was like O'Shea Duke Jackson, and then I started like kind of deep diving into these different spaces, and I discovered, I think, is it called the Black Pill or something like that,
yeah.
or no, the MGTOW, MGTOW.
Mm,
And I was MGTOW for a whole 72 hours. Man, I ain't gonna lie to you.
hmm.
Because then, like, once I started realizing, like, wait, you guys don't want to deal with women at all? Like, nah, I can't, nah. Like, I can understand you having some issues, but you guys don't. So when you say men going their own way, you really mean
And
like,
and actually, as a hot take, I think that was part of the idea of the show was like there's on the surface, there's nothing wrong with MGTOW because like there's a lot of women who are doing the same thing, saying, "Hey, you know what? I'm choosing not to have kids. I might not even want to be in a relationship with a man. I'm not, going to center men anymore." But the difference between men and women is women aren't taking to social media to to try to lambaste men. They're just going out and having fun and making like the most of their lives and like living life to the
That's not
fullest.
necessarily, that's not necessarily true because you got like the Cynthia G's and the what's the I don't know all of these influencers because but
Yeah,
my ex she would watch these people like Cynthia G's
yeah.
and I was like tell her like I don't even understand why you watch this shit because you don't even have this experience like you don't even have the shit that these women are complaining about you don't live that experience so I don't know why you even
Well, I'll agree with you to an extent. Like I watch Cynthia G. I think she's a really she's got a great perspective. I think some of the things that she's taken, it kind of gets under people's skin. I really love her friend.
I would say that she's evolved over the years
Oh yeah,
but
she's evolved for yeah a lot of different reasons. Like she got blocked off of YouTube and she had to come back and she's kind of toned her content down a bit. But like the one thing I was going to say that's similar a similar experience is she's a black woman and I could only imagine what that's like. That like the black women are really they're really not giving us a lot of grief as black men. They're really not. The men in the manosphere try to say, "Oh, back in the '90s, it was Oprah and Jenny Jones, and people were just talking about No Scrubs." And it's like No Scrubs was like a hit for like a year or two. It wasn't that big of a situation, and we were kids back then. So like the problem is like we we're part of a male cohort that carries a lot of bad statistics and reality, and I feel like as a man you have a choice to either see yourself as part of that clan and carry feel some type of way whenever they get mentioned, or you can say I'm a black man but that I'm not all black men. Like um, I'm one of I'm black man. I'm not all black men. So like when someone says black men are not very educated, I'm like, um, I went to Morehouse. I graduated. I got certifications. I love education. So like, I don't catch feelings, but I understand that this is a good segue. The manosphere, they're putting everything on the line to try to restore and protect the reputation of black men, which I think is good to do. But the problem is that you're trying to put the cart before the horse. The black manosphere and black men in general need to get their ducks in a row and then and be get their and dot their i's, cross their t's, and then they can focus on shoring up their reputation. But right now, they're just like, hey, we don't want to listen to anything. We don't want to change anything. Don't talk about us. Don't ever, talk about us in the past as being bad. Just talk, only say good things about us. And it's like, that doesn't change the outlook that the fact that like our community's in shambles because men are dropping the ball. Like that does need to get addressed. Like if y'all want to address it in private, that's fine, but it needs to be addressed.
how are men dropping the ball
Um, because you know, marriage is a man stat. Single parent homes is a man stat primarily. With marriage, absolutely, but with single parent homes, like they're overwhelmingly the driver of those homes. They're creating those children, but they're like I said, the the
why are these single parent homes you can't it takes two to tango right
yeah, but it takes you're right. It takes two to tango, and one of those people is still dancing. The women are still raising those kids. The men are bailing, and they not only are bailing, but the women who
no
stay and keep the kids, they're getting shots
these
thrown at them.
women these women are pushing these men away bro.
What?
Like I can speak from experience that these women are actively pushing you away they're and then when you leave they complain they start creating these narratives that are false and it's like so
So okay,
I don't I don't
let's fixate
I
let's
don't
fixate on that. Do you
yeah I
think
don't
that
agree with
that's
that.
do you think that that's happening to a lot of women who have children from a marriage, or you think that that's probably happening to mostly women who are not married?
I think it can happen in both situations. I just think that the ones that are married, it's not as easy to just break it off like that. But like a woman that is not married, that there's no real thing holding them back from just, pushing the guy away. But I've seen plenty of situations where dude is married, he's there, he's trying to work with this woman,
Mm.
but they're pushing him away. And it's not just like because like all right, for example, it's not necessarily revolving around the children. A lot of times it's other elements of the relationship.
Yeah.
And then it comes like let's say you're married to your wife and then she hasn't given you any box in 2 years. You know what I mean? You
Right.
think that's a valid reason? Like, no, I think it might be time for me
Yeah, I
to
mean,
like.
I think you do have to address your needs. You do have to make decisions and stuff like that. Communicate. You do have to communicate your needs and communicate when they're not being
What if
met
you
and things like that.
what if you communicated them and it's just not being heard?
You got to make decisions of whether you want to stay with that person or not. Go to therapy could be another one too. But like, I'm not gonna lean to the hey, if she's just not, if you're not
Right.
sexually active with your wife, you're just gonna go cheat.
No,
I
no,
think,
I'm saying he's not gonna cheat. He's just gonna leave her.
oh
And
yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, if
not
that's
a, not a divorce, and now he's the villain because they guess that he left his kid behind. When
and
he didn't
that,
even
that's what I was saying
he was
earlier
there.
is like there's probably a lot of guys who don't want to go down the road of filing for divorce for a lot of different reasons. Um, but I mean, I'm trying to figure out what we were talking about before that.
And you even look at the divorce statistics. It's mostly women filing for divorce.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said. I think I forgot to say one thing, but like there's I'm trying to remember what it was, but like one of the biggest things about these modern men is they're scared about things that black men usually don't even do. Like they have this idea of what, to your point, you said, hey, men aren't being treated like men anymore, and like the women aren't doing this and women doing that. Well, some of the things I
No,
think honestly are husband and wife treatment, and they're expecting to get that in dating. You need to get married if you want to have a certain type of life. Like
nah,
that's
that's
just
bullshit.
it. So you,
So, all right, so I'm gonna start treating you. I'm gonna start doing the things you expect me to do when we get married. So don't expect me to pay for dinner.
yeah, I
Don't,
agree. That's a good point. Men should not be paying the rent for a woman that he's not married to. He should not be signing on for a car for a woman he's not married to. He should not be buying a house for a woman he's not married to. There are certain things he should not be. He really shouldn't be paying anybody's bills if he's not married to that woman. If you want my honest opinion, so and I used to get that thing too. Stoic is I would get slapped on the hand by my therapist of like I would go on these lavish little dates for Valentine's Day or presents and stuff like that, and my therapist would be like, "Chris, you need to save some treatment for like when you're married. You need to, you're giving out husband treatment. You need to save some stuff for when you get married. Like, cut it out." Like, so I've had to step it down because I can really get out of hand.
I think when you're in a you well, I think when you're dating a woman, you're in tryouts, right? So you need to show what that marriage experience is going to be like on both sides, right? And then
Mm,
I think once you get married, you have to maintain those things that you were doing for each other that made you want to get married to that person in the first place. And what a lot of things, what's happening a lot of times that people get married, have a child, and then they stop maintaining the things that get them attracted. That'd be their weight or their physique or their intimacy or taking your wife out on dates and you know what I mean, like whatever it is that got each other going, you guys stop doing it, and then that's what like breaks up the marriage. You know what I mean? Because and then obviously kids complicate things, but
mm,
even then you should before you have them you should kind of like, all right, you know what, we have children, this is how we're gonna work around it. We still need to have date night, and you know what I mean, like you have to constantly keep your wife in love with you, and then I think vice versa. You have as a woman to
right,
constantly keep your man in love with you.
right, and I also think that some of these men. It's not to say like oh that men aren't don't have their grievances, but I really think as a hot take we need to get the 30 for 30s. We need to have Louis Theroux following them and interviewing them and their spouse and the people they've dated. And if we see the real story behind these men, I think we'd start to see them just like we see these people on 90 Day Fiance and be like, yeah, these guys are a little weird.
Yeah, I agree. Some of these dudes are weirdos. So it's like, but if she married this man, she fell in love with a weirdo. So whose fault is that?
That's true. That's true. I have no comment on that.
Now, if the guy, if he doesn't get access to the dating marketplace, the incel, so to speak, right? Because he's weird, then that's his fault. You know what I'm saying? Like, because he's not willing to adapt to get placement into the dating marketplace. Right?
Yeah, and I think even to your point, like some men are gonna lose out in the dating market, and some of them have to travel to be more competitive. Um, but I think what we see with the manosphere is it's like this is not it's being sold as one thing. It's being sold as like, yo, the overwhelming majority of men aren't getting a fair shake. No, that's not it. It's that men are trying to buck back at society, gender roles possibly changing, being challenged. Um, we've seen it from a lot of different perspectives, but I think that's more of what it is. Uh-oh. Stoic disconnected somehow. But let's see, let me add Stoic to the stage. Um yeah, but like we see the things like the red pill, it's politically motivated. It's there's no coincidence that all their leaders, they're Republican, they're MAGA. It's basically MAGA. They just don't want to admit to it.
Yeah, hello.
Yep.
Are you there?
Yeah, I can hear me.
I think my headset died. I don't know. If you can hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, I think your headset's dead. I'll drop you. Come up back when your headset works. Okay, I'm gonna try to share some content. I think had some great conversations. Um, I I want to. Okay, wait. Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, my fault. My
Okay.
hold up. Let me fix my audio.
Um, let me see if I can.
But,
Um, so like one of the things I wanted to show was.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay,
Let me start showing some content. Um, 1 second. I'm gonna share my screen in a second. Let me put fair use banner on. So let me share my screen. Share screen.
okay.
Yeah, 1 second. So I don't know. I don't know if I can see this. Huh?
How's that doing? You haven't been on these panels for a while, right?
Yeah. I haven't talked to Zed in a minute. Um, um, yeah, I used to have her phone number, but I need to probably email her to see how she's doing and stuff like that. But yeah, let me get back to that in a second. But like this, I want to share some content. I've been saying this for like years. It's like you know, it's it's a really easy time to date, in my opinion, depending on the kind of guy you are. If you, as I say, like if you just fade and aka act different than the manosphere, you're kind of desirable out here. Versus a cynical guy like the misogynist or the Republican or the as they call the neat, not in education or training. Crypto bro, I don't know why the crypto bro is catching strays. I guess he might be cynical too. Insecure narcissist. I mean, there's a lot of other guys you could add to this: the baby daddies, the guys who are patriarchs, the guys who are low effort. But if you're a high effort guy, like, yeah, I mean, you're thriving out here. Um, Let me find some other stuff to show.
High effort guy. Yeah, I don't disagree. Because I do see a lot of guys that are complaining are low effort and they're not putting energy into bettering themselves or bettering their communication styles, or you know what I mean. Like, and what I find a lot. So like this is the issue that I have with the passport bro space. Because some of the guys in the space I like, and I like what they talk about and whatnot, and I see where they're coming from. But a lot of these guys are basically coming over here for sex toys, basically, right? And like even there's a guy named Floyd. Zed knows him. Like when
Yeah,
he first started going to Brazil, his whole thing was like, yeah, he's having a hard time. And then to be fair, he did have some bad experiences with relationship wise in America. You look at his backstory. Um, but then once he got there and discovered, you know, you know, $30, $40, you know, I mean, play or whatever.
yeah,
They like, no, this is actually what we want. We want in the box. Like we only tolerated or entertained the idea of relationships because that was the way to the box. And they don't want to spend $200-300 that it costs them in their own state, but they can go to, you know what I mean?
right. Um, Funny you should bring up Floyd. I mean, I was maybe looking for some stats updates on him a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, Floyd is cooked, man. Floyd is probably
I hope he,
I don't think Floyd is
hope,
coming home anytime soon.
I hope he brings some other people down with him. But
No comment.
let me share something else.
But like Floyd is a prime example of like a lot of these dudes. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Um, I don't necessarily agree with them, but there are guys that are trying that are having difficulty. So we can, you know what I mean? High effort.
Right. Um, yeah, Floyd represents he's definitely a unique person, not too unique because there's a lot of passport people. There's a lot of people in the passport bros that are probably like him in a sense of like, again, it's like there's a lot to be said about Floyd. Like some of these men, I think he helped to explain that like some of these men, they have it's not about Western women. It's about what where these guys are at mentally and you know in their lives. Like um the kind of homes that they came from, the kind of upbringings they came from. Um yeah, maybe even political affiliations or whatever, but like these men, I think all the passport bros actually, I think the common thread is like these are men with very complicated personal situations going on. And they're trying to sell it like this is normal, or what their situations are normal. That's not normal. I'm just trying to go. They're trying to sell us as I'm just trying to go overseas to date these women, just like I would date them in the states. And it's like, no, it's not the same. It's not the same. You're going over here and you're targeting these women for circumstances that are on the surface. It's just predatory. Um, are there some?
That I don't necessarily agree with. And, all right, yes, I do agree with it. Like especially like the sex toy guys and stuff. But
Yeah,
I think what a lot of times we see is that like they like especially the feminist movement, they try to paint these women overseas as if like they're all out here poor and barefoot and shit. And these guys are looking for like these poor women. When like I live in a building, right, where if you live here, right, you have to make a certain amount of income. So if there's a woman in this building, right, most likely she's a professional. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
And she's making X amount of dollars and she's college educated. So like the same type of women that you have in the States, they have here. It's just that maybe the income level is different because the cost of living is different. other
Right.
than that, you have the bottom of the barrel, poverty stricken women, and you have like women that are also professionals that are making good salaries and income that wouldn't date the Uber Eats driver. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, and it's all about their intentions. Like if they're going over there, for love, if they're going over the date, even if they're just going over there for sex, I think we've always said like those are fine, but as long as you're not, there's no need for them to have to triangulate and say,
yeah, I don't
yeah,
think they need to
and the
bash
Western
Western
women
women.
are
Yeah, I
trash.
don't think. Yeah, I don't think. I think that's the other thing that they're doing wrong is bashing Western women. But at the
Yeah,
same time, too, I don't think Western women should chastise these men for going overseas either.
yeah,
I
and I
think
think.
everybody should
Go
just
ahead.
do what they want to do in life. You know what I mean?
I agree, and I think people wouldn't mind the passport bros if they just were just quiet about it. Um,
I agree with that. But I mean, you got to think too. Men have been going overseas for decades and years before this movement is fairly new. Like basically post COVID for the most part, right?
right,
So like I've been traveling overseas since the 2010, and I mean, but majority of that time I was dating people in the Western world, but I travel for business and whatnot, right? But I've also dated out here, and I do see the differences, but I also see it's not what they're saying, and it's not what they're selling either. It's like, especially if you go to like concert, that's the other thing too. It's like not every country is the same, so like they make it seem like you go overseas and it's like this blanket experience where like you go to Vietnam or Cambodia, the women there are fairly conservative. You know what I mean? In comparison to like a Thailand where they're a little bit more sexually liberated. You know what I mean? Like so,
right,
um, but that doesn't mean they're all like that. There's plenty of Thai women that are conservative. You know what I mean? But if you're going to Pattaya, which is basically a tourist trap for for sex pets, then yeah, you're gonna have a certain experience opposed to like you know going to Bangkok. You never see these guys in Bangkok like that. You always see them like Pattaya, you know what I mean, and other like you know sex tour hubs. So it's like, but yeah, I think what we find out here, a lot of the even the women they're not really liking the how these Western women are talking about them. It's like it's not their fault that men are coming over there and choosing them. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And you're actually when you're trying to bash them, you end up bashing a woman because it's like she didn't do anything to you, and like your perception of her is not even accurate.
right. Yeah, I wanted to stay on and do some more and show some more content, but I'm getting a little tired. Uh, it's like 1:49 over here. I'm gonna I think I need to hang it up. I've already yawned like a few times.
Yeah, do your thing, man.
But it was great. It was great talking to you, man. Definitely come back. Um, I appreciate you coming
Yeah,
on.
for like my closing thoughts, and I think everybody should do what they want to do and not chastise people for doing what they do. I think
Right.
men should work harder for the things that they want, and they also have to have, they need to be real with themselves, take accountability for the things that are not going right in their world, and then I think feminists should stop shitting on these overseas women because they don't their description they're trying to make it seem like men are going overseas to date 4 or 5 women, but like I don't date women like that personally. You know what I mean? And then most of the women I've dated were college educated and had their shit. I've dated women out here, especially in China, that had their family had way more money than my family. You know what I mean?
Mm,
So it's just like everybody has a different lived experience, and you can't use like these blanket, depictions of what they think is going on to kind of paint a narrative. So that's my closing thought on that one.
yeah, like I agree. Like we want we want black men to be happy. I just think, some of this stuff is kind of like the chicken. What came first, the chicken or the egg? Because it's like the manosphere is a movement built on antagonizing women, but then getting content and reactions from women, and then saying, "Yeah, but look at the feminists who are saying all these bad things about us. They wouldn't have said stuff about y'all if y'all weren't negative. To not you, but like the these movements, if they weren't negative to begin with." So social media as a larger conversation needs to purge and prevent stuff like that kind of content from being made, in my opinion. And that's one thing I would love to see in the future. We need a major purge and a major overhaul of social media, not to get rid of it, but to get rid of the slop. And that would stop people from like clavicular from existing. In my opinion, he should be in jail. It would stop people like Austin Hallman. It would stop people like Floyd. It wouldn't stop people like Austin Hallman and Floyd from traveling, but that's a whole nother fight for the countries that they're fighting now to keep people from doing that.
About the traveling because they're not having that. You see, Colombia has been turning. There was some guys that flew into Colombia with a bunch of like condoms and lubes and sex
Right.
toys, and Colombia's like, nah, you're not coming here. They turned them around. It's like we see what
Right.
type of time
And
on. Like
and
take
that's
your
what
ass
I'm
back
saying.
here.
The
And
countries are
then
taking it to these passport bros because that was one of the things the passport bros said years ago. It's like, hey, this is beneficial for everybody. The countries love it. They love it for the tourism and this and this and that. And it's like, no, they don't. I don't think they do. Like the locals hate it. The country, the lawmakers hate it. They've been trying to
they, they
react to
don't
it.
they don't mind it. The problem they have is like you're putting their business on Front Street where it's like
Right.
at least the guys 20, 30 years ago that was coming in, they knew to keep it. They had the little good boys club and they kept it amongst themselves. And, you know what I mean? Now that you're making their country look a certain way, and
Yeah.
they don't want to be betrayed in that manner. So
Yeah.
Colombia's turning people around. Floyd might be innocent, right? We don't know, right? But he's going to be used as an example. Like, don't
Right.
come here with that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, they
Yeah, as they say, story developing. But as I said, like I want to see Floyd. I'm hoping that the Fed have done so much research that this is going to be a start of many dominoes falling. Um, uh, and
do
hope
you think Floyd is guilty of the things that they claim?
absolutely.
But
um,
me, I think that just me knowing Floyd, personally, I think there's definitely some truth to what's going on.
mhm,
But there was some like in the police report, they said he resisted arrest, but they have a video of his arrest, and he wasn't resisting. Like the moment they got in there, he dropped to the floor, and he put his hands behind his back,
yeah,
and then they pepper sprayed him. So it's like what that shows me is that
I think your mic cut out.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, they're liable to lie because they said that he was resisting arrest when there's video footage of him getting arrested. So I'm just trying to like be non-biased, right? But they also said they found footage of him with the 6-year-old, but they didn't really kind of like go into details of what was going on and whatnot. So I think he was definitely doing some weird shit and he should be prosecuted. But at the same time, we got to be weary of like how accurate this case is against him. But I don't think it matters that much. I think he's going to be used as an example. I think
Right.
they're going to throw the book at him, and then that's going to be used as a deterrent for future predators that want to go to these countries and do predatory things. You know what I mean? So he might just be the sacrificial lamb in this case. And then they're also claiming that he orchestrated this organization. And Floyd is not the sharpest tool in the shed. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
It's like, not that I don't think he's guilty, it's that I don't think he's smart enough to do all the shit that they're saying he's doing. You know, so it's kind of like, yeah, you talking about Floyd Wallace?
Hmm.
It's like this guy has room temperature IQ. Are you sure? Like,
Mm.
so it's kind of like I don't know, but I mean, he's guilty of something. So whatever time he gets, he's gonna, he's gonna have to suffer the consequences. And I do
Right.
think it's gonna be the deterrent in the future for dudes, you know, for taking in such activities. You shouldn't be messing with young children. You know what I mean?
Right. I'm gonna wrap it up there. I'm gonna head to sleep, man. You have a good night.
You too, man. This has been an interesting live. Your interesting take on certain things,
Yeah.
and good to hear different perspectives.
Yeah. You too. All right. Take care.
I think
All right. All right. Bye.